Welcome to this comprehensive biographical production. You are about to experience the definitive chronological narrative of a life forged under unmatched pressure, tested by profound isolation, and elevated by an unshakable commitment to human dignity. This is the complete, unabridged chronicle of a legacy that reshaped the 20th century and captured the global conscience. Nelson Mandela, Design of Destiny. This audio presentation traces a sweeping 95-year journey. It moves past the sterile, simplified icons of traditional history books to reveal the complex, flesh-and-blood strategist who shook the foundations of an empire. We begin our journey in the mist-shrouded rolling green hills of the Eastern Cape, tracing an early life herding cattle under the watchful eyes of Tembu royalty. We follow a young man's path as it shifts dramatically toward the fast-paced, dangerous streets of mid-century Johannesburg. There, as a young attorney, he would witness his professional awakening, using the law to defend ordinary citizens from a relentless legal machinery designed to minimize them. As the cold fist of institutionalized segregation tightens, we document the critical mobilization of a national movement, shifting from polite petitions to organized mass civil disobedience. We follow his descent into the underground resistance as a shadow commander, changing disguises constantly to elude state authority as the legendary Black Pimpernel. You will go inside the world stopping security breaches and stand within the Palace of Justice during the legendary Rivonia trial, listening to an immortal defense of democracy that echoed across the globe. You will walk through the grimmest chapters of captivity, the wind-scoured, grueling isolation of Robben Island, where a maximum security cell was transformed into a secret political university. Finally, this biography brings you to the endgame, the high-stakes prison diplomacy of the late 1980s, the volatile negotiations that pulled a country back from the brink of civil war, the historic dawn of a free, non-racial democratic election, and a presidency defined by the masterful use of national symbolism to stitch a fractured society together. This is a masterclass in political endurance, strategic empathy, and the inexhaustible capacity of the human spirit to rise above systematic oppression, to choose reconciliation over vengeance. Turn your attention now to the past, as the deep-root systems of resistance begin to form. Chapter 1. The Country Boy of Kunu, 1918 to 1940. The grass is wet in the early morning. It is always wet in the hills of Kunu, where the mist comes down from the mountains before sunrise and settles into the valley like a quiet breath held too long. The cattle know this wetness. The boys who herd them know it too. They feel it through the thin soles of their feet as they move across the hillside, guiding the animals with small sounds and the casual authority of children who have been given a serious responsibility and have grown into it without ceremony. One of those boys is Roli Shlashla. He is a small child when we first find him here, somewhere in the years just after the First World War has ended, and the world beyond the Drakensberg Mountains is rearranging itself into something no one in Kunu can quite see from this distance. The village sits in a narrow green valley in the Transkei, in what is now the Eastern Cape of South Africa, and from where Roli Shlashla stands on the slope above his mother's hut, the whole of his known world is visible. The red-brown paths that cut between the round mud houses with their thatched roofs. The fields of maize and sorghum, beginning to show their color in the long light of morning. The river where the women collect water, and where the boys swim when the sun climbs high enough. And beyond all of it, the hills rising into blue distance, folding into one another like sleeping forms, sealing this valley off from a wider world that does not yet know his name. His name, when he is born on the 18th of July, 1918, is Roli Shlashla Mandela. In the Xhosa language of his people, Roli Shlashla means roughly one who pulls branches, or more colloquially, troublemaker. It is a name given not as a curse but as an acknowledgement, a kind of knowing, perhaps, that this child will not pass through the world quietly. His parents could not have understood how precisely they had named him. But the name sits on him from the beginning, like something already true. He is born into the Tembu people, a branch of the Xhosa nation, and his bloodline carries with it a weight that is invisible to the naked eye but felt in the specific way his father holds himself, and in the deference that certain visitors show when they arrive at the family compound. His father, Gadla Henry Mpakanyiswa, is a chief of the Mvizo village, appointed by the local magistrate to serve as headman, a position that places him at the intersection of traditional authority and colonial administration, navigating both worlds with the practiced balance of a man who understands that survival in such a position requires knowing when to speak and when to be silent. Gadla is a proud man. He is tall and carries the bearing of someone who has never needed to make himself larger in a room, because he simply is large, not in arrogance, but in the quiet solidity of someone who knows his lineage. He tells stories in the evenings, gathered around the fire with his family and the extended circle of relatives and neighbors who move in and out of the household in the fluid way of rural African life. He tells the stories of the Tembu kings, of wars and treaties, of great men who made decisions that shaped the destinies of thousands. He tells these stories to his children, but it is young Roli Shlashla who listens with a stillness that seems older than his years. That particular kind of listening which is not merely hearing, but absorbing, turning things over in the mind like smooth stones in a river current. When Roli Shlashla is still very young, he is not yet 2 years old, the family is uprooted. Gadla, who has always been direct in his opinions and resistant to being managed, refuses a summons from the local British magistrate. It is a small act of defiance in the scheme of things, but the colonial administration does not deal lightly with small acts of defiance from African headmen. Gadla is stripped of his chieftainship and his lands. The family loses its position, its property, and the home they have known. Gadla Mandela, a proud man, is reduced in the eyes of the colonial machinery to simply another native subject without the protection of his title. The family moves. They move to Kunu. Kunu is not nothing. It is in fact a place of beauty, a small village carved into the Eastern Cape hillside with a gentleness that the word village barely captures. But the move carries the weight of demotion, of loss, and the young Roli Shlashla grows up in a house that holds within it the memory of something greater that was taken. His father never fully recovers from the diminishment. He continues to tell the old stories, but there is something in his bearing that has shifted, some inner weight that hasn't quite settled. He takes a third wife. Roli Shloshla's mother, Nozakeni Fanny, is the third of Gadla's 4 wives, and the household expands and contracts in the way of polygamous homesteads, full of the complex warmth and occasional turbulence of many children and many women navigating a shared life under one patriarch. Nozakeni is a woman of the Mpemvu clan of the Xhosa people, and she is devout, connected to the Methodist Church, which has established a mission presence in the Transkei. She is the one who brings Roli Shlashla into the orbit of Christianity, who walks him to the small church services that punctuate the rhythm of village life, who teaches him the particular way of being in the world that the mission church demands, an orderliness, a sense of personal discipline, a reverence for learning. She is not a woman of great formal education, but she understands intuitively that education is the door and that her son should walk through it. In Kunu, life is organized around the land and the seasons and the animals and the community, and young Roli Shlashla moves through all of it with the ease of a child for whom the world is still essentially safe. He herds cattle and sheep on the hillsides with the other boys of the village. They race each other across the fields. They swim in the streams and wrestle in the grass and play the games that boys in every culture play when they are unsupervised, and the afternoon is long and the adults are occupied with adult concerns. He is competitive. He does not like to lose. This is noticed. Even in childhood games, there is something about the way he carries himself, a certain refusal to be diminished, that marks him as someone who takes the question of winning and losing more seriously than the occasion might seem to warrant. He fights too, the way boys in villages fight, with sticks, the traditional Xhosa sport of stick fighting, which is not merely play, but a form of education in courage and in the management of pain and in the early lessons of what it means to stand your ground. He does not always win these contests, but he always finishes them. He learns early that there is a kind of dignity available in losing gracefully that is almost indistinguishable in its effect on the onlooker from winning. His father is not well. Nelson Mandela suffers from what appears to be a lung ailment, tuberculosis most likely, though in the Umkhonto of the early 1920s, diagnosis is approximate and medical care is scarce. He grows thinner across the years of Rolihlahla early childhood, spending more time resting, coughing in the dark of the hut while the fire burns low. He visits the family's homesteads in rotation, as was customary, moving between his wives. When he comes to Nozakeni's house, young Rolihlahla watches his father with a child's careful attention, noticing the diminishment of the man he has known as the center of gravity in his world, the great teller of great stories, now wrapped in a blanket against a chill that only he seems to feel. One evening, when Rolihlahla is perhaps 9 years old, Gadla asks his son to bring him his pipe. The boy brings it. The father lights it. They sit together in the firelight for a while without speaking. Then Gadla says something that Rolihlahla will carry for the rest of his life. Not in his father's exact words, which the child does not yet have the capacity to fully understand, but in the feeling of the moment, the weight of a father passing something invisible across the firelit space between them. A sense of responsibility. A sense that the story of the family, the story of the people, does not end here in this diminished place, but continues through whatever comes next, including through the boy sitting beside him. Gadla Henry Umkhonto dies not long after that. He is gone from Rolihlahla's life before the boy has fully formed the image of him, and what remains is a silhouette, tall, proud even in diminishment, a man who believed in something larger than his own comfort and paid for that belief with everything he had. This silhouette will follow Nelson Mandela for the rest of his life, shaping in ways he will not always be able to articulate the man he is becoming. After Gadla's death, Nozakeni brings Rolihlahla to the Great Place. The Great Place is Umkhonto, the royal residence of the acting paramount chief of the Tembu people, a man named Umkhonto Dilindiabo. It is Umkhonto who has agreed to take guardianship of Gadla's son, a gesture of responsibility and of reciprocity, because Gadla in his time had supported Umkhonto's claim to the regent's position, and now Umkhonto honors that support in the manner of a man who understands that loyalty moves in both directions across time. The journey from Umkhonto to Umkhonto is not far in miles, but it is vast in implication. Rolihlahla leaves behind the only world he has known, the wet grass of the morning hillside, his mother's hearth, the boys he has grown up running with, and arrives at a place that is something altogether different from the humble homesteads of Umkhonto. Umkhonto is the seat of a royal household. There are 2 large Western-style houses, a church, a school. There are horses and a car, one of the very few motor cars in that part of the Transkei. There are visitors who arrive regularly, chiefs and headmen and elders, and occasionally white magistrates who park their government vehicles outside and come to conduct whatever official business brings them into this particular intersection of traditional and colonial authority. Rolihlahla is 9 years old, and he stands in this new world and takes it all in with those attentive eyes, turning everything over in the mind, assessing, absorbing. Umkhonto is an imposing man, dark-skinned, broad-shouldered, with a bearing that fills any room he enters. He is not unkind to the child who has arrived in his household, but he is not soft either. He expects discipline. He expects gratitude, expressed through application and good behavior. He has his own son, Justice, who is roughly Rolihlahla's age, and the 2 boys are raised as brothers, sharing rooms, sharing responsibilities, sharing the particular education available to the sons of the royal house, which includes not only the formal schooling of the mission church, but also the informal education of watching how men of authority conduct themselves. It is at Umkhonto that Roli Shlashla begins his formal schooling. The local mission school is run by Methodist missionaries, and the child who arrives there already knows the discipline of his mother's faith and the competitive hunger he has carried since he was racing other boys across the Kunu hillside. He takes to school immediately. He is good at it, not in the savant sense of a child who finds everything effortless, but in the more interesting sense of a child who finds in the structure of learning a place where his particular kind of intelligence, patient, analytical, retentive, has room to stretch itself. It is at school that something important happens. His teacher, a woman named Miss Mdingane, gives him an English name. This was the practice at many mission schools of the era. African children were given names from the Christian tradition, names their teachers could pronounce easily, names that marked them as participants in the civilizing project the missionaries believed themselves to be conducting. The name Miss Mdingane gives to Roli Shlashla Mandela is Nelson. He does not object. He is a child, and children accept the names adults give them. But there is something quietly significant in this moment. A boy who was named Roli Shlashla, troublemaker, is now also called Nelson, after the British admiral who died at Trafalgar, a name weighted with entirely different histories and entirely different aspirations. The two names will coexist inside him from this point forward, and in a sense the tension between them, between the African identity inscribed in Roli Shlashla and the colonial modernity inscribed in Nelson, will become one of the central tensions of his life, one he will spend decades learning to resolve. He grows steadily in Umkhonto. He attends the church services that structure the week. He watches Jongantaba receive visitors and preside over meetings with the same careful attention he once gave to his father's fireside stories. He begins to understand, in the way that observant children understand things before they can articulate them, how power moves, how it is asked for, how it is granted, how it is exercised, and crucially, how it is limited. He watches Jongantaba navigate the constant friction between what the traditional authority of a regent demands and what the colonial administration will permit, and he learns that leadership is not simply a matter of will, but of constant negotiation between what you want and what the world will allow. He watches the tribal meetings, the great places meetings, where men of the community gather and speak and debate before Jongantaba adjudicates. He notices that Jongantaba does not speak first. He listens. He lets others exhaust their arguments, lets the full complexity of the dispute unfold before he says anything. Then he speaks, and what he says carries the weight of everything that has been said before him, shaped by it, informed by it, resolving it. This is a lesson that Nelson Mandela will describe, much later, as the most important lesson in leadership he ever received. It stays with him because he sees its effectiveness, the way it honors the people in the room, the way it produces decisions that people can accept because they feel heard. It is democracy not as an abstraction, but as a human practice, visible and operational in the red-earthed yard of a Tembu chief's house. The years at Umkhonto move in the steady rhythm of a boy becoming a young man. He completes his primary schooling and is sent for further study to Clarkberry Institute, a Wesleyan mission school some distance away, the finest school available to young African men in the Transkei at the time. He arrives there with the careful confidence of someone who has been prepared well, who has grown up in a royal household and absorbed its standards, who has been told by everyone around him that he has gifts worth developing. Clarkberry is a step up in every sense. The buildings are larger, the curriculum more demanding, the assembly of students more varied. He encounters boys from different parts of the Transkei and beyond, boys with different backgrounds and different assumptions about the world, and he begins to understand that his particular formation, the son of a deposed headman, ward of a paramount chief, child of a mission church, is not the only formation available, that the country contains multitudes of African experiences he has not yet imagined. He does well at Clarkberry. He is elected to student responsibilities. He plays sports with the seriousness he brings to everything competitive. He makes friends with a careful selectivity, not unfriendly but attentive to character, to who people are beneath what they perform. He finishes at Clarkberry and moves on to Healdtown, another Wesleyan institution, one of the premier secondary schools for Africans in South Africa at the time. At Healdtown, the world expands again. The school houses students from across the country, Xhosa and Sotho and Tswana, students whose home languages are different and whose cultural inheritances are varied, but who share the particular experience of being educated Africans in a country that has been organized to ensure that their education does not carry them too far. Healdtown is a school of genuine aspiration. The teachers are serious, many of them missionaries with real academic credentials. And the expectation is that these young men and women will leave here equipped to be something in their communities, to be teachers and ministers and clerks, to be the African professional class that the Mission Project imagines as the future of the continent. He takes the education seriously. He runs. He boxes, the first stirrings of a physical discipline that will stay with him for decades. He reads. He debates. And he begins, cautiously, to think about what comes after Healdtown, about the next door, the one that leads from secondary school into something that very few African young men in South Africa have ever walked through. The University of Fort Hare. Fort Hare is the single institution of higher learning available to Black Africans in South Africa in the late 1930s. It is situated in Alice in the Eastern Cape, a small campus on a river, its buildings modest by any standard but freighted with enormous significance. To go to Fort Hare is to enter the very thin sliver of African life in South Africa where advanced intellectual formation is possible, where one might become not merely educated, but genuinely learned, where the conversations are serious and the professors are credentialed, and the fellow students are among the most gifted young African minds in the country. Nelson Mandela arrives at Fort Hare in 1939. He is 21 years old. He is not the most academically brilliant student there. Fort Hare attracts extraordinary people. Oliver Tambo is there, studying mathematics, quiet and precise, and burning with an intelligence that is immediately apparent to anyone who spends 5 minutes in conversation with him. Nelson meets Oliver Tambo at Fort Hare, and the two young men recognize in each other something essential, a seriousness of purpose, a depth of curiosity, a refusal to be satisfied with surfaces. They become friends, and then they become something more than friends. They become complementary, two minds that will spend the rest of their lives working the same problem from different angles, each one strengthening what the other lacks. At Fort Hare, there are debates and discussions, and late nights in the dormitories when young men argue about Africa, and about history, and about what the future ought to look like. There are political organizations taking tentative form. The African National Congress has existed since 1912, but has not yet reached deeply into the consciousness of these particular young men, most of whom have been formed by mission schools that emphasized accommodation and gradualism, and working within whatever structures the colonial administration established. The politics are still embryonic, but the conversations are happening. The questions are being asked. He studies law, or begins to, taking the arts degree that Fort Hare offered as a precursor to professional training. He joins committees. He is elected to the Student Representative Council, and then caught up in a student protest over the limited menu in the dining hall, a dispute that seems small, but is charged with the larger question of whether African students at Fort Hare have the right to advocate for themselves, and how the institution will respond when they do. The SRC resigns in protest. Nelson Mandela, consistent with his character, does the same, and refuses to serve unless the conditions change. The principal calls him in and delivers an ultimatum: either accept his position on the council without the protest conditions or leave. He chooses to leave, and returns to Umkhonto not in triumph but in the complicated dignity of a young man who has made a principled stand and is not yet sure what it will cost him. What it costs him arrives quickly. Umkhonto, aging now and increasingly focused on consolidating the futures of the young men in his care, has arranged marriages. There is a bride for Justice, and there is a bride for Nelson. The arrangements are traditional, made in the manner that such things were made, by the guardian for the ward, with care and with the expectation of gratitude and compliance. Nelson Mandela sits with this information and turns it over in the way he has always turned things over, patiently, thoroughly, looking at it from every angle. He is 21 years old. He has been raised in the royal house. He knows what is owed to Umkhonto, and he does not take that obligation lightly. But he also knows, with the clarity that comes to a young man standing at the beginning of his own life, that he cannot walk through a door someone else has chosen for him into a future he has had no part in designing. He and Justice make a decision. They will leave. In 1941, without telling anyone of consequence, without seeking permission from the man who has housed them and clothed them and educated them and treated them as sons, Nelson Mandela and Justice Delindiebo sell 2 of the region's cattle, use the money to buy train tickets and board the train to Johannesburg. The train moves north through the Eastern Cape, through the scrubland and the Red Hills, through the long flat middle distance of the interior, heading toward the place that is in 1941 the economic center of everything in South Africa, the city that is being built literally on gold, its skyline rising improbably from the high flat veldt, its energy louder and faster and harder and more dangerous and more alive than anything either of these young men from the Transkei has ever encountered. The country boy of Umkhonto is going to the city. The hills of his childhood recede behind the train. The wet grass of the morning, the paths between the round houses, the cattle moving slow on the hillside, the firelight of his father's stories, the great place with its dignity and its lessons, all of it is still inside him, carried in the cells and in the memory, and in the particular way he holds himself when he enters a room. He does not know yet what Johannesburg will demand of him, what it will reveal to him about the country he has until now only partially seen, what it will require him to become. He is 22 years old, and the train is carrying him forward. The design of his destiny has only just begun. Chapter 2. Johannesburg and the Law, 1941 to 1947. The train moves through the Highveld in the early hours of the morning, its iron wheels grinding against the rails with a rhythm that feels to the young man sitting near the window like the pulse of something enormous and unresolved. Nelson Mandela is 22 years old. He has left the Transkei behind, left the rolling hills of Umkhonto, the cattle, the court sessions of the regent's household, the ceremonies and the elders, and the slow, dignified procession of rural life. And he is moving now toward a city he has never seen, carrying with him almost nothing except the force of his own will, and a certainty that his life is meant to be something more than what others have already decided it should be. Johannesburg does not announce itself gently. It rises out of the flat earth of the Witwatersrand like a wound in the landscape, the yellow mine dumps pressing upward against the sky, the chimneys exhaling their gray columns into the morning air, the noise of it arriving before the sight of it, a low industrial thunder that seems to come from beneath the ground itself. The gold beneath these streets has made men fabulously wealthy. It has also made other men invisible. Mandela arrives into a city that has already decided, long before his train pulls into Park Station, exactly what kind of man he is permitted to be. He finds his way to the township of Alexandra, one of the few urban areas where black Africans are permitted to own property, a cramped, energetic, desperately overcrowded place where shacks press against each other in narrow lanes, and the air carries the smell of coal smoke and cooked maize, and the particular urgency of people trying to build lives in conditions designed to make life building nearly impossible. He rents a room from a family named Umkhonto. The room is small. The rent is modest. The freedom of the city, such as it is, begins here, in this narrow rectangle of corrugated iron and ambition, with the noise of Alexandra pressing in from all sides. He takes a job as a night watchman at a mine compound, a humiliating introduction to the industrial machinery of white South Africa, where black men are organized into dormitories and shifts and numbers, where their labor is extracted with a mathematical efficiency that leaves no room for the question of what they might want from their own lives. He does not stay long in this position. He is too restless, too conscious of his own dimensions, too aware that he has not come to Johannesburg to stand at a gate with a stick. He has come to become a lawyer. The connection that carries him forward is Walter Sisulu. The meeting between these two men is one of those hinge moments in history that looks, in retrospect, almost architectural, as though something larger than chance arranged it. Sisulu is from the Transkei as well, a small, intensely intelligent man with a gift for seeing the potential in people and for understanding how that potential might be organized into something consequential. He is an estate agent in the city, one of the few black men operating in any kind of independent commercial capacity. When Mandela comes to him with a letter of introduction and the slightly formal bearing of a young man who has been raised in a chief's household, Sisulu sees something immediately. He sees capability. He sees presence. He sees, perhaps, the shape of the future. It is Sisulu who connects Mandela to the law firm of Witkin, Sidelsky and Eidelman, a white-owned firm in the center of Johannesburg that is, by the standards of the time, unusually progressive. Lazar Sidelsky, one of the partners, agrees to take Mandela on as an articled clerk. This is a significant gesture. It is also, for Mandela, a beginning, the first step into the world he is determined to inhabit. He begins studying, working his way through the materials of a legal education while simultaneously absorbing the city around him, learning its hierarchies and its hypocrisies, its informal codes and its formal cruelties. The office is a world of documents and procedures, of affidavits and deeds, and the daily paperwork of a commercial legal practice. Mandela is young and inexperienced, and he knows it. He watches carefully. He listens. He makes himself useful in the small ways available to him, and works to understand the larger machinery of the law, how it functions, how it can be made to serve, and how, in the wrong hands, it has always been made to oppress. There is a black clerk already working in the office, a man named Gower Radebe, who will prove to be one of the most important influences on Mandela's early political education. Radebe is already a member of the African National Congress and of the Communist Party of South Africa. He is articulate and committed, and not at all quiet about his beliefs, and in the proximity of the daily office routine, he begins to shape Mandela's understanding of what is happening in South Africa and why. Mandela watches the clients who come into the office. They are mostly black Africans navigating a legal system that was not built for them, and that treats them at almost every point as problems to be managed rather than citizens to be served. They are confused, often frightened, carrying documents they cannot fully read in a language they were not adequately taught, seeking help in a system that has already decided they matter less. There is something in this daily parade of ordinary people, in extraordinary difficulty, that begins to deepen something in Mandela. Not just a professional interest in the law, but a moral one. The law is supposed to be the mechanism by which justice is distributed. What he is witnessing instead is the mechanism by which injustice is maintained and legitimized. He registers at the University of South Africa to complete his Bachelor of Arts degree by correspondence. He had left Fort Hare without finishing, and he studies in the evenings in the small room in Alexandra by whatever light is available to him. He is disciplined about this. He has always been disciplined. There is a quality in Mandela, present even in these early years, of understanding that the distance between where he is and where he intends to be is a distance that can only be covered through sustained, deliberate effort. He does not wait for conditions to improve. He works within the conditions that exist and moves steadily forward through them. The social world of Johannesburg is simultaneously expanding around him. He is becoming known in the circles of young, educated black men who have arrived in the city from various parts of the country and who are beginning, in their various ways, to think about what it means to be African in South Africa in the middle of the 20th century. The conversations that happen in shebeens and at kitchen tables and in the offices of people like Sisulu are charged with a new urgency. The war is transforming the world. The rhetoric of freedom and self-determination with which the Allied powers are fighting fascism in Europe is creating, for thinking black South Africans, an almost unbearable contradiction. Men who have volunteered to fight for a democratic world are returning home to a country that denies them democracy. The language of freedom is everywhere. Its substance is nowhere. It is in this atmosphere that Mandela's political consciousness begins to take its definitive shape. He is drawn, through Sisulu and Radebe, and his own expanding social world, deeper into the African National Congress, the organization founded in 1912 that has spent 3 decades sending petitions and delegations and carefully worded appeals to white governments and receiving in return almost nothing. The ANC is, in the early 1940s, a respectable body of chiefs and ministers and lawyers and teachers, dignified, moderate, constitutional in its methods, and remarkably patient in the face of extraordinary provocation. It is also, in the view of a growing number of younger members, insufficiently urgent. The young men who share Mandela's energy and impatience are beginning to find each other. Oliver Tambo is among them, a man from the Transkei as well, slight and precise where Mandela is large and expansive, with a calm intelligence that complements Mandela's more visible presence. They have met earlier at Fort Hare, and their friendship deepens now in the city. Then there is Anton Lembede, a figure of extraordinary intellectual force, a young lawyer from KwaZulu-Natal who has developed a philosophy of African nationalism with a passion and a rigor that galvanize everyone who encounters him. Lembede believes that black South Africans must develop their own consciousness, their own pride, their own sense of historical purpose, independent of any alliance or influence from other racial groups. He is magnetic, urgent, almost visionary, and he dies young, at 33 in 1947, but not before he has helped to plant something that will grow for decades. Together, these young men, Mandela, Tambo, Sisulu, Lembede, and others, begin talking seriously about transforming the ANC into something more militant, more mass-based, more responsive to the actual conditions of African life. The African National Congress Youth League is conceived in these conversations. It comes into formal existence in 1944 with a manifesto that articulates a vision of African nationalism that is direct and uncompromising in its assertion of African rights, African dignity, and African political authority. Mandela is among its founding members and part of its executive committee. He is 25 years old. He has been in Johannesburg for 3 years. He is still clerking in a law office, still studying by correspondence, still navigating the daily indignities of life under a racial order that requires him to carry a pass at all times, that restricts where he can live and work and eat and sit and walk, that surrounds his every ambition with a fence of legislation designed to remind him of his designated place. And yet he is also, unmistakably, becoming. The constraints are real. The becoming is also real. Both of these things are true simultaneously. His personal life during these years is tangled and vivid. He had left the Transkei partly to escape an arranged marriage that the regent had planned for him, a marriage he did not choose and did not want, which had felt to him like a closing of doors at precisely the moment when he was trying to open them. In Johannesburg, he meets Evelyn Mays, a young nurse from the Transkei, a cousin of Walter Sisulu's wife. She is quiet and deeply religious, a woman of faith and steadiness. They fall in love with the particular intensity of two young people far from home, surrounded by the noise and pressure of a city that demands everything of them. They marry in 1944, the same year the Youth League is founded. Their first home together is a small rented room, and then, gradually, something more, a modest house in Orlando West, in the township of Soweto, in one of the rows of identical small brick houses that the city has provided for its black residents, close enough together that you can hear your neighbor's arguments and your neighbor's prayers. This is where their life together begins, and for a time it is enough. The professional world is moving as well. Mandela continues at the law firm, working and studying, acquiring the knowledge and the credentials that will allow him eventually to practice. He registers at the University of the Witwatersrand to study law formally, WITS as it is known, a place where he is permitted to study but not fully to belong, where the social architecture of South Africa intrudes into the lecture halls and the common rooms, where a black student must navigate 100 small and not so small assertions of his difference. He does so with a dignity that he has learned partly from the Regent's Court in Umkhonto, and partly from his own sense of who he is, a sense that the city has tested repeatedly but has not dislodged. In the lecture halls and the corridors of WITS, he encounters for the first time white South Africans who oppose apartheid, who are genuinely committed to a different vision of their country. He meets Indian South Africans, part of a community that has its own deep experience of racial oppression in South Africa, and that has, particularly in Natal, developed sophisticated traditions of political resistance. He meets Joe Slovo and Ruth First and others who are members of the Communist Party and who bring to their politics an analysis rooted in class and colonial exploitation alongside race. These encounters broaden his world. They also, over time, complicate the strict African nationalism of Lembede's vision, though that complication will take years to fully work itself out. The city itself is a relentless education. Johannesburg, in the 1940s, is a place of extraordinary inequality, compressed into an extraordinarily small space. The gleaming office towers of the White City and the crowded townships just visible in the distance, separated by the pass laws and the curfews and the violence of the police, and the subtler violence of economic exclusion. The bus boycott of 1943, when Alexandra's residents walked the 9 miles to work and back rather than accept a fare increase, shows Mandela for the first time the power of organized collective nonviolent action, a lesson he will carry forward. He watches it happen and understands something about the relationship between ordinary people and political change that no textbook has yet taught him. He is boxing during these years as well, training at the gym in the evenings, sparring with men from the township, developing the physical discipline and the mental composure that the ring demands. There is something in boxing that suits him. It requires you to think while your body is under pressure. It rewards patience and the reading of an opponent and the sudden, decisive application of force. It is also, in the social world of the township, a form of belonging, a way of being present in the life of the community, of being known not just as an educated man with political ambitions, but as a man who can take a punch and land one. The law practice, the political organizing, the evening study, the domestic life in Orlando West, the boxing, the expanding social world, all of it accumulates through these years into a life of extraordinary density. He is tired, often. He is stretched across too many commitments, managing too many dimensions of existence simultaneously. But there is a quality in him, already visible by the mid-1940s, that is not merely ambition, it is something more like vocation. A sense that the work he is doing is not separate from who he is, but identical with it. By 1947, he is part of the executive of the Youth League. The organization is pushing the ANC toward a more confrontational posture, toward the idea that African liberation cannot be achieved through polite petition but requires mass action, sustained pressure, the organized will of the people as a political force. The older leadership of the ANC is not fully persuaded yet. There are arguments, respectful but serious, about strategy and pace and method. Mandela is among those pressing for urgency. He is learning, in these debates, something about the nature of organizational change, that institutions do not transform themselves, that pressure must be applied from within as well as from without, that patience and impatience must be held in tension with each other if anything real is to be accomplished. The year is 1947. He is 28 years old. He has been in Johannesburg for 6 years. He has a wife and a growing family, and a career in law that is taking shape slowly around the armature of his studying and his clerking and his determination. He has political commitments that are deepening into something that will eventually require sacrifices he cannot yet fully imagine. The city has made him harder and more sophisticated and more aware of the true dimensions of what faces him and his people. It has not made him hopeless. The great gift of these early Johannesburg years is that they have not turned the quality of his belief into the quality of his disillusionment. He has seen enough to know exactly how bad things are. He has also seen enough to believe, with a clarity that will sustain him through everything that is coming, that they do not have to remain this way. The train that brought him here, that pre-dawn journey from the Transkei, the wheels turning against the rails, the Highveld dark on either side, that journey is not yet complete. It has barely begun. The city is still teaching him. The law is still forming him. The people around him are still showing him what is possible, and what is necessary, and what a life committed to justice actually costs. He is standing in the middle of a story whose scale he is only beginning to understand. And somewhere in the narrow streets of Orlando West, in the house where his wife keeps the faith, and the children sleep and the morning comes each day with its relentless demands, Nelson Mandela is becoming the man that history has already decided it needs. Chapter 3. Awakening, the Youth League, 1948 to 1952. The year 1948 arrives not with the sound of celebration, but with the cold, deliberate machinery of legislation clicking into place. Johannesburg breathes under a sky that holds its color close, a pale winter blue, thin and distant, the kind of sky that offers light but no warmth. On the streets below, the city moves in its familiar rhythms of division. The white-owned shops along Commissioner Street polished and arranged behind clean glass, the African vendors pressed to the edges of the pavement, the trams running their routes with an efficiency that has never once asked permission from the millions who cannot use them. The city works. The city hums. And beneath that hum, something is tightening. Nelson Mandela is 30 years old. He is not yet the man the world will come to know. Not the prisoner, not the president, not the icon whose face will one day appear on stamps and murals and the covers of books in 100 languages. He is, in this particular moment of 1948, a young attorney learning his craft in a country that is simultaneously constructing the cage it intends to lock around him. He walks to the offices of Witkin, Sidelsky, and Eidelman each morning with the measured pace of a man who has learned that urgency must be worn carefully in public. He carries himself with a height that is not merely physical. There is something in the straightness of his back, the deliberateness of his step that makes people turn. Not always with admiration. Often with the particular discomfort that authority feels in the presence of someone who has not yet been persuaded of their own smallness. The office is on the top floor, and Mandela climbs the stairs each morning, knowing that the law, for all its promises, has never quite applied to him the way it applies to others. He has seen this in small things and large things alike. He has seen it in the way white clients sometimes refuse to be served by a black attorney, how they look past him toward the door as though he might be a mistake the building has made. He has seen it in the past laws that require him to carry documentation of his own existence through streets he was born into. And now, In May of 1948, he sees it in something far larger and far more deliberate than any single humiliation. The National Party wins the general election on the 26th of May. Daniel Francois Malan, a former Dutch Reformed minister, a man whose voice carries the absolute conviction of someone who has arranged God's will to his personal satisfaction, stands before his supporters and declares that the Afrikaner nation has been redeemed. It is, by any calculation of cold political arithmetic, not a landslide. The National Party wins fewer votes than the United Party it defeats. But the constituency system delivers them the majority of seats, and that is all that is required. Democracy, in its most procedural form, has delivered something that will spend the next 4 decades methodically dismantling the rights of those who had no vote in the matter. The word begins to travel through Johannesburg within hours. Apartheid. It is not an entirely new idea. Segregation has been the architecture of South African life since long before Malan. Since the Native Land Act of 1913 stripped black South Africans of the right to own land outside designated reserves, since the Urban Areas Act corralled African workers into townships on the peripheries of the cities they were building. But those earlier laws had been imposed with a kind of casual administrative cruelty, the racism of convenience. What Malan and his party are proposing is something more systematic, more ideological, more total. They are proposing to make racism a science, to give it a grammar, to write it into every surface of South African life until it becomes so deeply embedded that it feels, to those who benefit from it, like the natural order of things. Mandela hears the news in the evening. He is at the home of Walter Sisulu, a man 6 years his senior who has become something close to a compass for him in these years, a man of extraordinary political instinct, of warmth and precision in equal measure, who works as a real estate agent because the professional avenues more suited to his intelligence have been closed to him by race. The house in Orlando, in the township of Soweto, is modest in the way that most Orlando houses are modest: small rooms, zinc roofing, the smell of coal smoke from neighboring chimneys threading through the windows. But inside, the conversation is never small. Sisulu's home has become one of those rare spaces where the finest minds of a generation gather to think aloud about the crisis they are living through. They speak late into the night. Mandela listens more than he talks. He is still in the apprenticeship of his political education, still learning when to be patient and when to push. Oliver Tambo is there, angular and precise, his manner carrying the quiet authority of a man who was once nearly a priest and instead became a revolutionary. Anton Lembede had been there too, in earlier gatherings, though Lembede, brilliant, urgent, volcanic, had died the previous year at 33, leaving behind an ideology of African nationalism that still pulses through the room like an argument that has not finished being made. The men in Sisulu's sitting room have read Lembede carefully. They have argued with his ideas, extended them, qualified them, built on the foundations he laid with such ferocious speed before his body gave out. The African National Congress has existed since 1912. It is, by 1948, an organization of considerable dignity and considerable caution. Its founders were educated men, ministers and lawyers and journalists, who believed that the contradictions of South African society could be resolved through petition and prayer, and the patient presentation of grievance to those in power. For 36 years, the ANC has been writing letters. It has been sending delegations. It has been appealing to the conscience of a government that has responded consistently by building higher walls. The results of those 36 years of dignified appeal are visible in every passbook, every segregated train car, every township fence. Mandela and his contemporaries are not without respect for those who came before. They understand that the founders of the ANC were working within the limits of what they believed possible. But 1948 has made something very clear. The limits of what is possible must be renegotiated. Malan's government is not going to be moved by letters. It is not going to be embarrassed into decency. It has arrived with a blueprint and the parliamentary majority to implement it, and it will spend the next several years turning that blueprint into a scaffold of laws so comprehensive that it will reach into the bedroom, the schoolroom, the hospital, the beach, the park bench, the drinking fountain, the grave. The ANC Youth League, which Mandela helped found in 1944, becomes the instrument of this new impatience. He had been among its founding members 4 years earlier, had sat in the organizational meetings with Lembede and Tambo and Sisulu and APMDA and others, arguing about the direction the ANC needed to take, the urgency it needed to find. The Youth League had been formed as a goad, a way of pushing the older, more cautious leadership toward action, toward the understanding that the time for petitions had passed, and the time for organized, sustained mass resistance had arrived. In 1944, this argument had been controversial. By 1948, it has become, for those listening to the news from Pretoria, self-evident. Mandela throws himself into the work of the Youth League with a new ferocity after the election. He is a man of considerable personal force, tall, physically imposing in the way of someone who has spent time boxing, which he has, rising at dawn at the Orlando YMCA, to train in the ring with a discipline that reflects something deeper than an interest in sport. Boxing teaches him things the law does not: how to absorb a blow without losing your footing, how to pace yourself across rounds, how to read your opponent's intention before he himself has fully formed it. These are lessons he carries out of the gymnasium and into the political arena with him, though he does not yet know how many rounds are still ahead. The Youth League pushes the ANC toward what they call the Program of Action. It is conceived through 1948 and into 1949, debated, contested, refined. The older ANC leaders, men like Alfred Bitini Zuma, who has led the organization with great personal dignity, are skeptical of the new confrontational approach. Zuma is a physician, educated abroad, a man who has built an extraordinary career through individual achievement, and who believes, perhaps naturally, that individual achievement in the existing system is the primary avenue for advancement. Mandela respects Zuma. He disagrees with him fundamentally. The conflict comes to a head in December 1949. The ANC holds its annual conference in Bloemfontein, a city that carries a particular historical weight. It was here, in 1910, that the Union of South Africa was formed, sealing the exclusion of black South Africans from the political life of the country they built. Mandela and the Youth League have spent months preparing for this conference. They have the numbers. They have the argument. They have the momentum that history, at its most brutal, has handed them in the form of an electoral result that has made the stakes of passivity unmistakable. Zuma is voted out. James Moroka, a physician like Zuma but more willing to align himself with the new direction, becomes president. And the program of action is adopted, a declaration that the ANC will pursue its goals not through petition alone, but through strikes, civil disobedience, non-cooperation, and the organized non-violent mass resistance of the people themselves. The Youth League has not merely argued its case. It has changed the organization. This is Mandela's first major political victory, and he understands it not as a personal triumph, but as a shift in the weather, a reorientation of direction that will require sustained wind to hold. He is elected to the ANC's National Executive Committee that same year. He is 31 years old. The responsibility has a weight he welcomes. He has been moving toward this moment for years, through the long evenings of political argument in Sisulu's house, through the organizational meetings of the Youth League, through his own reading, the nights spent with books on politics and history and law, learning the architecture of power so that he might understand with precision what would be required to change it. He reads voraciously Marx and Engels for their analysis of economic exploitation, though he does not consider himself a communist and the distinction matters to him. He reads Churchill's war speeches, for the question of how language becomes action. He reads the history of the Indian independence movement with particular attention, drawn to the figure of Gandhi and the methodology of organized nonviolent resistance that had, in 1947, produced the largest successful anti-colonial campaign in human history. India's independence reverberates through the ANC's offices and through the sitting rooms of Soweto, like a bell struck in a large space. If an entire subcontinent can end colonial rule through organized mass action, the question is no longer whether such things are possible, it is how. The South African Indian Congress has been practicing this methodology for years, and after the 1946 passive resistance campaign against the Asiatic Land Tenure Act, a new alliance between the ANC and the SAIC begins to form. Mandela watches it form, with some initial reservations. He has been shaped by Lembede's African nationalism, by the insistence that African people must be the authors of their own liberation, must not make their freedom dependent on the assistance or leadership of other groups. It is a position he holds with conviction in these years, and he will later, in the long solitude of a prison cell, examine it carefully and find it wanting in important ways. But that examination is still in the future. In 1950, he is still navigating the tension between the exclusivity of African nationalism and the strategic logic of a broader alliance. The government resolves much of his ambiguity for him, though not in any way he would have chosen. On the 1st of May, 1950, the South African Communist Party organizes a general strike. Mandela, still aligned with the Youth League's skepticism of communist influence in the liberation movement, does not support the strike and does not participate in the planning. But the government's response is instructive. Police move through the townships on that day with a violence that does not discriminate between communist strikers and ANC members and ordinary workers and children who happen to be in the street. 18 people are killed. The specific political affiliations of those who died are irrelevant to the baton that strikes them, the bullet that finds them. The violence is a tutorial in the government's view of the situation. All black political activity is, to them, essentially the same thing, and it will be met with the same response. Mandela draws a conclusion. If the government does not distinguish between the ANC and the CPSA in its response to resistance, then the logic of maintaining strict separation between them, at the cost of dividing the forces opposing apartheid, becomes harder to defend. This is not an ideological conversion. He is not becoming a communist. He is becoming something more practically dangerous to the apartheid state, a man who is learning to think in terms of strategy rather than purity, in terms of what works rather than what is symbolically satisfying. June 26, 1950. The ANC calls a national day of protest in response to the May Day killings and in opposition to the Suppression of Communism Act, which Malin's government is using to outlaw not merely the Communist Party, but potentially any organization whose activities the government deems threatening. A definition broad enough to swallow the ANC itself if applied with sufficient imagination. Mandela helps organize the day of protest. He moves through Orlando and the surrounding townships, speaking to workers and housewives and students, explaining what is being asked of them and what it might cost. He is good at this. The direct conversation, the meeting of eyes, the ability to translate abstract political stakes into the specific language of what each person in a specific township on a specific day might actually experience. The protest is significant. It is imperfect. Not every area responds with equal force. Not every worker stays home. The machinery of the state is too pervasive to be completely stilled by a single day's action. But it demonstrates something important, that the ANC can mobilize on a national scale, that the program of action is not merely a declaration but a capacity. The knowledge moves through the organization's leadership with a quiet, steadying confidence. They can do this. They are going to need to be able to do much more. The Suppression of Communism Act passes into law in July of 1950, and its implications spread through political life like ink dropped into water. The act defines communism so broadly: any doctrine that aims at bringing about political, industrial, social, or economic change by the promotion of disturbance or disorder, that it is, effectively, a tool for suppressing any organized opposition to apartheid. Hundreds of people are listed under the act, their names entered into a government register that strips them of various rights and movements. The ANC watches carefully, knowing that the definition could be applied to them with only minimal legal creativity. Mandela is thinking about law and about its relationship to power in ways that go beyond his daily work at the firm. He is watching the apartheid state construct its legal architecture, law by law, regulation by regulation, and he is understanding something that will be central to everything he does in the years ahead: that law can be used to justify anything. The question is not whether a law is just, but whether those with the power to write laws have been constrained by those who must live under them. South Africa's laws are being written by a minority for the purpose of controlling a majority. The constitutional architecture of the country has been designed to ensure that the majority can never simply vote this injustice away. The remedy must come from somewhere else. He passes his qualifying examinations and is admitted to the Transvaal Law Society in 1951. It is a professional milestone, the culmination of years of study conducted alongside political organizing and the complications of life in a country that has never quite decided whether to acknowledge his humanity. The admission is not without its own small drama. There are those within the legal establishment who question whether a black attorney should be admitted at all, who raise procedural objections that are not really procedural. The objections are overruled. Mandela becomes one of the first black attorneys in South Africa to practice independently, and with Oliver Tambo, he will soon open the firm of Mandela and Tambo in central Johannesburg. The office on Chancellor House becomes a different kind of institution in the years ahead. People come from across Johannesburg and beyond. People who have been evicted from their homes under the Group Areas Act. People who have been charged under the pass laws for being in the wrong part of the city at the wrong hour. People who have lost jobs and children and the basic legal protections that a civilized society owes its members. Mandela and Tambo take these cases. They take them knowing that the courts which will hear them are part of the same system that has created the injustices being challenged, knowing that winning in court is not the same as winning justice, but believing with the stubbornness of trained legal minds that the law is also an arena and that every arena can be used. The Defiance Campaign is conceived through the second half of 1951, and the planning intensifies into the early months of 1952. It is an act of deliberate, organized, nonviolent defiance of unjust laws, a campaign in which volunteers will deliberately break specific apartheid regulations and invite arrest as an act of protest. It is modeled explicitly on Gandhi's methods, on the Indian passive resistance campaign, and it represents the fruition of the strategic alliance between the ANC and the South African Indian Congress that Mandela has watched develop and has, with some evolution in his own thinking, come to support. The architects of the campaign write to Prime Minister Malin in January of 1952. The letter is formal, precise, respectful in its address, while being absolutely uncompromising in its demand. It asks the government to repeal 6 specific unjust laws: the Pass Laws, the Suppression of Communism Act, the Group Areas Act, the Bantu Authorities Act, the Separate Representation of Voters Act, and the Stock Limitation Act, or face a campaign of mass nonviolent resistance. The letter gives the government until the 29th of February to respond. Mandela is involved in drafting the letter. He knows what the response will be. He has been watching this government long enough to understand that it does not receive demands it issues them. The letter is not, therefore, primarily a diplomatic overture. It is a document that records for history that the request was made, that the grievance was named, that the alternative to resistance was offered and refused. The government replies through a subordinate official, dismissing the demands and threatening prosecution of those who violate the law. The campaign is confirmed. June 26, 1952. The date has already acquired significance. It is the second anniversary of the ANC's National Day of Protest. On this day, in cities and towns across South Africa, volunteers dressed in ANC colors move deliberately and publicly into spaces where they are forbidden to go. They use the entrances designated for Europeans only. They refuse to carry their passes. They are in the streets after the curfew that the law imposes on African people in the cities they live in. They walk into these violations knowing they will be arrested, knowing the police are waiting, knowing that the point is not to evade the law but to expose it, to make its cruelty visible by submitting to it publicly and without resistance. Mandela is the volunteer-in-chief, the man responsible for coordinating the campaign across the Transvaal, the province around Johannesburg. He has spent months preparing the volunteers, training them not in the tactics of confrontation, but in the discipline of nonviolence, in the capacity to receive a blow without returning it, to be arrested without resistance, to maintain through the entire process of arrest and imprisonment and trial the dignified bearing of someone who knows themselves to be morally in the right. This is, he explains to the volunteers in the meetings held in churches and community halls across the Transvaal, not a passive posture. It requires extraordinary self-control, the kind that can only come from a belief strong enough to absorb the costs of holding it. The response from the government is swift, and in some ways exactly what was anticipated. Thousands of volunteers are arrested across the country over the weeks and months of the campaign's operation. The jails fill. The courts fill. The ANC's membership swells from approximately 7,000 to over 100,000 in the months of the campaign, a growth that is itself the measure of what organized action can do to the political imagination of a people who have been told for generations that nothing can change. Mandela is arrested in July. He is charged under the Suppression of Communism Act. The government has decided that organizing resistance to unjust laws constitutes the promotion of disorder, which the act defines as communism, which is the particular linguistic flexibility that makes the law so useful to those who wrote it. He is tried, convicted, and given a suspended sentence. He walks out of the courtroom with the particular composure of a man who has not been surprised, who has in fact anticipated this moment as part of a larger sequence of events, and who understands that the state's attempt to silence him through prosecution has, by the mathematics of political symbolism, made him more visible rather than less. The Defiance campaign concludes formally at the end of 1952, halted partly by the passage of new legislation that makes the organizing of civil disobedience a criminal offense carrying severe penalties, partly by a wave of violence in the Eastern Cape that provides the government with the pretext it needs to describe the entire campaign as dangerous. The campaign does not achieve its immediate stated objective. The unjust laws are not repealed. They are, in fact, multiplied. The government, responding to the demonstration of organized resistance, accelerates rather than retreats, moving with renewed urgency to build the legal structure of apartheid higher and thicker. But the measurement of the campaign's success cannot be made only in terms of laws overturned. The campaign has done something that cannot be undone. It has demonstrated in thousands of courtrooms and police stations across South Africa that there are people who will not accept the premise of their own subordination. That the terms offered by the apartheid state, the promise of survival in exchange for total compliance, have been rejected by people who understand that survival under those terms is itself a form of death. The campaign has made fear something that must be chosen rather than assumed, which is the first step toward a different kind of politics. At the ANC's annual conference in December 1952, Mandela is elected president of the Transvaal ANC and one of the 4 deputy presidents of the national organization. He is 34 years old. He has gone, in 4 years, from being a young attorney and youth league activist to being one of the central figures of the most significant liberation movement on the African continent. The ascent has not been planned in any ordinary sense. He has not followed a career map or calculated each step toward a specific destination. He has followed, instead, the logic of the moment, the demands made by history on the people who happen to be present when history decides to accelerate. He walks home through the streets of Orlando on a December evening in 1952, the high-veiled winter already softening at its edges, the stars above Soweto impossibly clear in the absence of light pollution, the same stars that have hung above this place through everything that has happened beneath them and will continue to hang there through everything that is still to come. He is a man with a suspended sentence, a growing reputation, a law practice that is barely viable, a marriage to Evelyn Mays, whom he wed in 1944, under the strain that political obsession places on all private life, and a country that is moving, day by day, toward a confrontation whose full shape he cannot yet see. He can see enough. He can see that what has been set in motion, by the program of action, by the Defiance campaign, by the growth of ANC membership from a few thousand to over 100,000 in a single year, is not something that will stop. He can feel it, the way you feel a change in air pressure before weather arrives, a certainty that does not yet have specific form but is already absolutely real. He does not know what it will cost. He does not know the specific shape of the years ahead, the arrests still to come, the trials, the island, the decades of separation from this very sky. He knows only that he has chosen a direction, that the direction is right, and that he is going to walk it to its end. The stars above Orlando keep their own counsel, as they always have. The township settles toward sleep, and in the morning, the work will resume. Chapter 4. The Defiance Campaign, 1953 to 1959. The morning arrives slowly in Johannesburg. It does not announce itself with fanfare or with color. It seeps in through the gaps in the curtains of a modest house in Orlando, a township on the southwestern edge of the city where the streets are unpaved and the air carries the faint smell of coal smoke from 1,000 breakfast fires. A rooster calls somewhere in the distance. A child stirs. A woman moves quietly through a kitchen, her slippered feet soft against the concrete floor. And in a small room off the hallway, a man sits at a desk, already awake, already working, a legal notepad open before him, his pen moving steadily across the page in the half-light of an early lamp. Nelson Mandela does not sleep the way other men sleep. He rests, certainly. His body demands it, for it is a body he has cultivated with discipline, the body of a boxer, broad-shouldered and lean, trained in the early mornings at the gym in Orlando where he spars before the sun is fully risen. But even in sleep, some part of him remains alert, listening, turning over the problems of the day that has not yet arrived. And on this particular morning, in 1953, the problems are considerable. The Defiance campaign of the previous year has ended. 6 months it lasted. 6 extraordinary months during which more than 8,000 people voluntarily courted arrest, walking into post offices designated for whites only, sitting on park benches marked with the word "Slegs blanks," boarding railway carriages they were forbidden by law to enter, standing quietly and deliberately in the face of a system that had written their humiliation into the statute books. 8,000 people. Black South Africans, Indian South Africans, a handful of white allies. 8,000 acts of deliberate, disciplined, nonviolent resistance. The jails had struggled to contain them all. Mandela had been one of the architects of that campaign, working alongside Walter Sisulu and the leadership of the African National Congress, alongside the South African Indian Congress, planning the logistics of defiance with the same meticulous care that a general might apply to a military operation. Which is, in its way, precisely what it was, not a military campaign in the sense of violence, but a campaign fought on the terrain of conscience, on the ground of moral authority, in the arena of the human spirit. And yet the apartheid government had answered conscience with law. The Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1953. The Public Safety Act. New tools of repression, freshly forged, their edges still sharp. The penalties for defying unjust laws had been made more severe. Fines. Imprisonment. Whipping. The government of D.F. Malan, and then after him, Johannes Strijdom, had watched the defiance campaign with cold and calculating eyes and had concluded that the appropriate response to peaceful protest was not dialogue, not reform, not the slightest acknowledgement that 8,000 human beings standing in post office queues might be communicating something important. No. The appropriate response was to make the cost of dissent too high to bear. Mandela lifts his pen from the notepad and sits back in his chair. He is 35 years old. He is, by any conventional measure, a young man still, but the years have already begun to carve something into his face. Not age exactly, not yet, but gravity. A seriousness that sits behind his eyes and does not leave even when he laughs, which he does often and deeply, and with his whole body. He is a man who knows how to be joyful. He is also a man who understands the precise weight of the work that lies ahead. The Suppression of Communism Act has been used to serve him with a banning order. This is one of the primary instruments of control in the apartheid state's considerable arsenal, a legal mechanism by which a person can be effectively silenced without the inconvenience of a proper trial. Mandela has been banned from attending gatherings, from being quoted, from leaving the Johannesburg district, from performing many of the public functions that his position in the ANC demands. He is, in the eyes of the law, a dangerous man, and the government intends to ensure that dangerous men are kept where they can do the least damage. What the government does not understand, what it will continue to fail to understand for decades, is that banning Nelson Mandela does not silence him. It concentrates him. It forces him to work through other channels, to become more creative, more resourceful, more strategically sophisticated than an open political environment would ever have required him to be. Restriction, as it turns out, is a school. And Mandela is an exceptionally willing student. He thinks now about the M plan. His plan. The Mandela Plan, as some in the ANC have already begun to call it, though he himself is characteristically uncomfortable with the attribution of his name to it. For a leader who has learned to think in terms of movement rather than individual ego, does not need his name on everything he builds. The M Plan is a proposal for restructuring the ANC at the grassroots level, breaking the organization down into small, street-level cells, each one self-sufficient, each one capable of functioning independently, if the leadership above it is arrested or banned or otherwise incapacitated. It is an acknowledgement of a hard truth, that the government's campaign of repression is going to intensify, and that the ANC must be built to survive that intensification. He picks up his pen again and continues to write. Outside, Johannesburg is beginning its day. In the white northern suburbs, the day begins with a different texture entirely, with gardens tended by black hands, with houses spacious and cool, with children driven to schools that are funded generously and resourced well. In Orlando and Soweto and Alexandra, the day begins with the sound of boots on gravel roads, with men walking long distances to catch overcrowded trains that will carry them to factories and offices and domestic service in a city that is, in every practical sense, built on their labor but does not belong to them. Two cities, one geography. Two South Africas, one name. This is the world Mandela inhabits, and the world he is determined to change. Not because change is easy, he has no illusions about that, but because the alternative, acceptance, is a kind of death. A spiritual death first, and then, inevitably, something worse. His law practice is struggling. The firm of Mandela and Tambo, which he runs with his friend and colleague Oliver Tambo, a man of such quiet intellectual brilliance that simply sitting in a room with him raises the quality of one's thinking, operates from a small office in the center of Johannesburg on Fox Street, in a building that is officially designated for white tenants, but where the partners have managed, through a combination of persistence and strategic charm, to maintain their presence. Their clients are almost exclusively black South Africans, men and women who have run afoul of the past laws, who have been arrested for being in the wrong place without the right documentation, who need someone to stand before a magistrate and argue for their dignity with the language and tools that the law provides. The irony is not lost on Mandela. He uses the white man's law to defend black men from the white man's law. He operates within the very system he is working to dismantle, and he does so not because he is confused about its nature, but because the law is a language, and to speak it fluently is to have a kind of power, however circumscribed, within the existing order. And any power, however circumscribed, can be used. But the government is moving to restrict even this. New regulations threaten to prevent African attorneys from practicing in the city center. The office on Fox Street may not survive. Mandela absorbs this, files it away alongside all the other insults and obstacles, and keeps working. It is in these years of banning orders and constrained movement and a law practice under siege, that you begin to see what Mandela is made of at the deepest level. It is easy to be brave in a moment of crisis, when the adrenaline is high and the eyes of history feel focused on you. It is considerably harder to be brave in the long, grinding middle of things, when the victories are small and the setbacks are frequent and the struggle stretches ahead of you without a visible horizon. This is where character is built. Not in the dramatic moments, but in the quiet, disciplined, daily recommitment to a cause that demands everything and promises only the justice of its own rightness. Walter Sisulu is his anchor. They have known each other for more than a decade now, since the day a young Mandela walked into Sisulu's office looking for work and found instead a mentor, a comrade, a brother in the most profound and non-biological sense of that word. Sisulu is several years older, shorter in stature, with a round face and eyes that hold a warmth so steady and unconditional that people in his presence tend to feel, without quite knowing why, that they are understood. He has a strategic mind of unusual depth. He thinks not in terms of the current moment, but in terms of decades, architecturing a future that most people around him can barely imagine. And he believes in Mandela with a completeness that is not sycophancy but vision. He saw what Mandela could become before Mandela himself was certain of it. Together, they are thinking through questions that do not have easy answers. The Defiance campaign proved that mass nonviolent action could be organized, could capture the imagination of the country and the world, could build the ANC's membership from a few thousand to well over 100,000. It proved all of that. But it also proved, in the government's response, that the apartheid state was not going to be shamed into reform. It was going to tighten its grip. And so the question becomes, what next? What is the theory of change when the opponent has no shame? There are voices within the ANC and the broader liberation movement who are beginning to argue for more militant approaches. There are younger men, impatient men, who look at the banning orders and the jail sentences and the whippings and the bulldozed communities and conclude that nonviolence is a luxury that history can no longer afford. Mandela hears these voices. He does not dismiss them. He is himself a man with a combative temperament, a man who boxes, who has never been constitutionally inclined toward passivity. But for now, for these years, in this particular moment of the struggle, he holds to the line of nonviolent resistance, holds to it not as a moral absolute, but as a strategic judgment, and the distinction between those two things matters enormously. The Congress of the People is beginning to take shape. It is an extraordinary undertaking, an attempt to bring together all the anti-apartheid organizations across racial lines, to draft together through a genuinely democratic process of consultation at the grassroots level, a document that will articulate the vision of a free South Africa. Not an ANC document. Not an Indian Congress document. A people's document. A charter. Mandela is involved in the planning, though his banning orders complicate his participation at every turn. ANC volunteers fan out across the country, into the townships and the farmlands and the urban neighborhoods, asking people to write down their demands, their hopes, their visions for the kind of country they want to live in. The responses come back in their thousands. What do you want? What does freedom mean to you? What should South Africa look like when the unjust laws are gone? The answers are not complicated. They are, in fact, deeply simple. People want to own land. They want to work with dignity and be paid fairly. They want their children educated in schools that treat them as full human beings. They want to walk through their own country without a passbook in their pocket. They want to vote. They want the law to protect them as it protects everyone else. They want to be, in the fullest and most ordinary sense of the word, free. On the afternoon of June 26, 1955, in a large open field at Kliptown, just south of Johannesburg, 3,000 delegates gather. They come from every corner of South Africa, from every racial group, from every class. They sit on the ground, or on whatever chairs have been found, and arranged in rough rows. Some have traveled for days to be here. The sky above Kliptown is open and wide, and the sun is strong, and there is in the air a quality of occasion, the feeling that something is happening that will not easily be undone. The Freedom Charter is read aloud, clause by clause, in English, in Zulu, in Sotho, in Xhosa. And after each clause, the delegates vote. The process takes most of the day. And on this day, in this field, under this open sky, something remarkable occurs. The people of South Africa, diverse and divided and oppressed in different ways and to different degrees, declare together what they want. Not violently. Not with the grammar of resentment. With the grammar of aspiration. South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. The people shall govern. All national groups shall have equal rights. The people shall share in the country's wealth. The land shall be shared among those who work it. All shall be equal before the law. All shall enjoy equal human rights. There shall be work and security. The doors of learning and culture shall be opened. There shall be houses, security, and comfort. There shall be peace and friendship. The police arrive in the late afternoon. They move through the crowd, notebooks in hand, copying down names, confiscating documents, wearing the expression of men who have been instructed to be intimidating and are applying themselves to the task with professional diligence. The gathering disperses. But the charter exists now. It has been read aloud. It has been voted on. It lives in the memory of 3,000 people who will carry it home to their communities, and in the memories of the communities those people belong to, and it will not be forgotten. Mandela reads the text of the Freedom Charter carefully, more than once. He has questions about it, principled questions about certain clauses, particularly those relating to the nationalization of industry, which he thinks require more nuanced thinking than the document perhaps allows for. He is not a man who swallows things whole without chewing. He thinks, he debates, he challenges. But at the core of the Charter, at the level of its fundamental moral vision, he is entirely in agreement. This is what he is fighting for. This is what the struggle means. Not the replacement of one ruling class by another, not a simple inversion of the existing order, but something genuinely new, a South Africa in which the accident of birth, the color of one's skin, the language of one's mother, determines nothing about the possibilities of one's life. The government's response to the Freedom Charter is swift and characteristic. If 3,000 people gathering in a field to vote on a list of human aspirations is a threat, and the government has apparently concluded that it is, then the people responsible for organizing that gathering must be dealt with. The security apparatus begins to compile its files, to build its cases, to prepare the charges that will eventually be brought against 156 people, 156 of the most prominent leaders of the anti-apartheid movement, in what will become known as the treason trial. It begins in December of 1956. Mandela is among those arrested. They are taken from their homes in the early hours of the morning, the hour the security police prefer for its psychological effect. The darkness, the disorientation, the sudden violence of uniformed men at the door. Mandela dresses with deliberate calm. He has, in some part of himself, been expecting this. A man who has chosen to stand where he stands, who has made himself as visible as he has made himself, who has built what he has built, does not entirely escape the knowledge that the state will eventually attempt to destroy him. The question is not whether he will be targeted. The question is what he will do when he is. What he does is remarkable. Among the accused in the treason trial, there is rather improbably a kind of joy. 156 of the best minds of the liberation movement, gathered in one place, day after day, week after week, with time on their hands, and a community of shared purpose, and the peculiar freedom that comes from having already been charged with the worst the state can currently allege against you. It is, in its way, an opportunity. They study together. They debate. They develop their thinking. The prison fortress of the old synagogue in Pretoria, where the preliminary hearings are held, becomes, in the recollection of many who were there, something approaching a seminar. A strange and uncomfortable seminar, certainly, but a seminar nonetheless. Mandela is released on bail, as are many of the others. The trial will proceed in fits and starts over the next several years, its charges eventually reduced, its prosecution stumbling over its own overreach. But its practical effect is to consume enormous amounts of the defendant's time and energy and resources, which is, of course, part of its purpose. A movement whose leaders are perpetually engaged in defending themselves in court is a movement that is perpetually distracted from organizing. And yet they organize. Mandela, banned and tried and stretched thin across a dozen obligations, continues to work. He and Tambo continue to run their practice for as long as they are permitted to. He attends the ANC's meetings, those he can attend without violating his banning conditions, and he finds ways to communicate with and through those he cannot meet in person. He writes. He thinks. He argues. The late 1950s are years of sharpening. The arguments within the liberation movement become more intense, more ideologically sophisticated, more urgent. The Pan-Africanist Congress, under Robert Sobukwe, breaks away from the ANC in 1959, representing a vision of African nationalism that excludes the multiracial partnerships at the heart of the Freedom Charter. Mandela watches this split with pain and with strategic anxiety, not because he is dismissive of African nationalism, for his own identity is rooted in it, in the Tembu royal lineage, in the stories of resistance his guardian Jangantaba told him as a boy, but because he believes that the mathematical reality of South Africa demands unity rather than purity, and that a movement that divides itself along racial lines, even in the service of African dignity, is making the liberator's task harder than it needs to be. He is a man of convictions, but not of rigid ideology. This is one of the things that makes him difficult to categorize, and therefore, for the government's security apparatus, genuinely dangerous. He cannot be easily labeled and then dismissed. He is not a communist in any doctrinaire sense, though he will work with communists, respect them, count several as close friends, because he judges people by what they do rather than by the categories they inhabit. He is not a narrow nationalist, though he draws deep sustenance from his Xhosa identity and his ancestral traditions. He is not a pacifist in the absolute sense, though he has committed himself for now to nonviolent means. He is, in the deepest sense, a pragmatist guided by principle, a man who holds his values clearly but applies them flexibly, who knows the difference between what cannot be compromised and what must be adapted to circumstance. By 1959, Nelson Mandela is 31 years into a life that has already contained more than most men live. He has buried a father and honored his memory. He has run from an arranged marriage and found his way to Johannesburg with nothing but the energy of his own ambition. He has educated himself in the law. He has built a friendship network that spans the breadth of South African society. He has organized, agitated, argued, been banned, been tried, and through all of it continued. His first marriage to Evelyn has ended, painfully, and with the cost measured in the faces of children who need their father and find him perpetually elsewhere. He is in the early months of a new love with a young social worker named Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela, a woman of fierce intelligence and personal courage whose presence in his life brings a warmth that the struggle, for all its meaning, cannot supply on its own. He stands now at the edge of the decade with the knowledge that everything is about to change. The repression is intensifying. The government of Hendrik Verwoerd, the man who will become known as the architect of apartheid in its most systematic and ideologically refined form, is consolidating its program. The Bantustan policy is being developed, a grand scheme of ethnic homelands designed to strip black South Africans of their citizenship in the country of their birth by assigning them to artificial tribal territories that serve as reservations in all but name. The removals are happening, communities being bulldozed, people loaded onto trucks and driven to land that is rocky and infertile and distant from the cities where the work is, where the economy is, where the life that the government insists they cannot share continues without them. And yet the movement grows. It is not linear growth, not smooth or triumphant. It is growth that happens in the way of things that grow under pressure, slowly, invisibly, through the deep root systems that nobody sees until the tree is suddenly, undeniably there. The ANC's membership, swollen by the Defiance campaign, carries within it now the memory of collective action, the knowledge that it can be done, that ordinary people are capable of extraordinary courage when they are organized, when they believe that what they are doing matters, when they trust the people who are asking them to stand. Mandela trusts them. This is perhaps his most fundamental political conviction. Beneath all the strategy, and all the legal argument, and all the theory of change, the simple, unshakable trust that ordinary people, given the chance to speak, given the structures within which to act, will choose dignity over compliance, will choose the difficult right over the comfortable wrong. He has seen it in the Defiance campaign. He has seen it in the field, at Kliptown. He sees it every day in the faces of the people who come to his office on Fox Street, who have been humiliated by the pass laws and the job reservation laws and the Group Areas Act, who arrive carrying their papers and their dignity, who sit across from him and tell him their stories, and who leave, usually, with less than they hoped for, but with the knowledge that someone with a briefcase and a law degree thinks their case is worth fighting. That matters. It matters in ways that are difficult to quantify, but impossible to dismiss. The message that is sent when a black South African attorney stands in a Johannesburg courtroom and argues that his client's rights have been violated, even a courtroom that is, by law, racially segregated, even a system whose fundamental premises deny the very humanity of the people being represented, that message is received. It reaches people. It says, you are worth defending. You have rights worth articulating. This system that tells you otherwise is wrong. The treason trial continues. The preliminary hearings drag on through 1957 and into 1958, and the charges are eventually reduced and consolidated, and the actual trial proper begins in August of 1959 in Pretoria, with 61 of the original 156 defendants still in the dock. Mandela is among them. He travels from Johannesburg to Pretoria for the hearings, week after week, the city receding in the rearview mirror, and the veldt opening up around the road, flat and immense and indifferent. And he sits in court, and listens to the prosecution's arguments, and watches the legal theater of a state that has decided it is at war with its own citizens, and is applying the instruments of war through the language of law. He is not afraid. Or more precisely, because honesty matters more than heroism, and Mandela has always known the difference, he is afraid in the way that any man who understands the stakes is afraid, but the fear does not occupy the center of him. What occupies the center of him is purpose, the sense that he is exactly where he is supposed to be, doing exactly what he is supposed to be doing, shaped by exactly the forces that were required to shape him into the man this particular moment of history needs. He is not yet the Mandela the world will come to know. He is not yet the elder statesman, the prisoner of conscience, the moral colossus who will emerge from 27 years of imprisonment to forgive a nation and lead it forward. He is, in these years between 1953 and 1959, still becoming. Still in the process of being forged. The heat is high. The pressure is considerable. And the metal, as it turns out, is extraordinary. Evening comes to Orlando. The coal smoke thickens in the air above the township. Children are called in from the streets by voices that carry across the fences between houses. The lamps come on one by one, in the modest rooms of modest houses where modest lives are lived with immodest dignity. In his own house, in a room that is barely large enough for a desk and a chair, Nelson Mandela puts down his pen. He reads over what he has written. He straightens the pages. He sits for a moment in the particular quiet that comes at the end of a long day of thinking, the quiet that is not emptiness but fullness, the fullness of a mind that has worked hard and rested its knowing that tomorrow the work will continue. He stands. He stretches his large frame to its full height, rolls his shoulders, breathes in and breathes out. He turns off the lamp. He moves through the dark house, familiar in every dimension, to where Winnie sleeps, to where the children sleep, to where the ordinary tenderness of an ordinary human life, the love that is not strategy, the warmth that is not political, the simple animal comfort of a body beside a body in the dark, waits for him, as it waits for every man and will wait for him, through everything that is coming, in the deepest chamber of his memory. The rooster will call again before long. The fires will be lit. The boots will strike the gravel roads. The trains will carry their impossible loads toward the city that belongs to everyone, and to no one, and to those who have already decided, with the quiet authority of absolute conviction, that one day, it will belong to all. Chapter 5. The Black Pimpernel, 1960 to 1962. The night swallows a man whole when he does not want to be found. It takes his outline, his shadow, the small sound of his breathing, and folds them into its own darkness until nothing remains for those who are searching, only the rumor of him, the ghost shape of where he had been, the warmth that lingers briefly in a seat he has just vacated. Nelson Mandela learned to become that absence. He learned to live inside the negative space of his own life, to exist in the margins of a country that had declared him an enemy, to move through cities and villages and farmsteads the way water moves through cupped hands, present and then not, and then present again somewhere else entirely, somewhere no one had thought to look. It begins with a death. Not Mandela's death, though that is what the apartheid government would have preferred. The death belongs to 69 people who will never again see morning. 69 people whose names are now stitched permanently into the fabric of South African history. 69 people who gathered in Sharpeville on a March afternoon in 1960 to protest the pass laws that had reduced them, in the eyes of their own government, to something less than citizens in the land of their birth. They came without weapons. They came, in the particular way that the oppressed sometimes come to the seat of power, with their bodies, with their presence, with the extraordinary and irreducible fact of themselves, as if to say, here we are here, we exist. The police answered that argument with bullets. Most of the dead were shot in the back. They had turned to run, and the guns found them anyway, and the world recoiled from the photographs that emerged in the days that followed. Photographs of bodies arranged on the red earth of the Transvaal like a lesson no civilized conscience could refuse to learn. Mandela is in Johannesburg when the news arrives, and the news arrives like a physical blow, the kind that does not knock you down but instead changes the temperature of the air inside your chest. He is 31 years old. He has spent more than a decade working within the architecture of nonviolent resistance, organizing and petitioning, and marching and writing, believing, or at least willing himself to believe, that the moral weight of the African National Congress's cause would eventually bend the government toward reason. Sharpeville does not merely test that belief. It shatters it against a wall and leaves the pieces on the floor. And what Mandela does in the days and weeks that follow represents one of the most consequential decisions in the political history of the 20th century. The ANC and the Pan-Africanist Congress are banned on the 8th of April 1960. The government declares a state of emergency. Thousands are arrested across the country in a sweeping action designed to decapitate the resistance movement before it can reorganize itself around the shock of the massacre. Mandela is among those detained, held in the Johannesburg fort while the government attempts to reassert the architecture of control that Sharpeville has briefly cracked. He sits in that cell, and he thinks, because thinking is what remains when everything else is taken away, and what he thinks about is the inadequacy of the tools he has been using. A government that shoots people in the back for the crime of peaceful protest has demonstrated with terrible clarity the limits of peaceful protest as a strategy for change. He is released after 5 months. The state of emergency is lifted. The world has moved on, the way the world always moves on with its appetite for the next crisis, the next image, the next outrage. But Mandela has not moved on. He has moved inward, into a harder and more complicated place, and he emerges from that inner landscape with a conclusion that will define the rest of his life. The ANC must form an armed wing. Violence, or at minimum the credible threat of it, must become part of the resistance's vocabulary. This is not a conclusion he reaches lightly. He reaches it the way a man reaches the edge of a cliff in the dark, carefully feeling his way, aware of the terrible distance below. The conversations that follow happen in whispered rooms, in the careful language of men who know that the walls have ears, and that ears report to informers, and that informers report to security branch officers who would very much like to know exactly what Nelson Mandela is planning. He meets with Walter Sisulu, his oldest political ally, the man who has been his anchor in the ANC for more than a decade. He meets with Oliver Tambo, who has already gone into exile to keep the ANC's international presence alive. He meets with Joe Slovo and other members of the Communist Party, whose longer history of clandestine organization gives them a kind of expertise that the ANC currently lacks. What emerges from these meetings, slowly and with the deliberate care of men building something they know to be dangerous, is an organization called Umkhonto we Sizwe, the spear of the nation. Mandela will be its first commander. He accepts this role with the full understanding of what it costs him, not merely freedom, which he has already half surrendered to the movement, but the moral simplicity that nonviolence had granted him. Violence, even principled violence, even violence directed exclusively at property rather than persons, as they initially intend, is a different kind of instrument than a petition or a march. It makes different demands on the soul. He will carry those demands for the rest of his life, and he will never pretend otherwise. But before Umkhonto we Sizwe can announce itself to the world, something else must happen. The ANC's leadership, meeting in secret and with the knowledge that the government's net is tightening, decides that Mandela must go underground. He must disappear. He must become the thing that a hunted man becomes when he is clever enough and disciplined enough and committed enough, a rumor, a shadow, a presence that the government cannot locate or quantify or arrest. He says goodbye to Winnie and to his children. Or rather, and this is the precise kind of sorrow that he will later struggle to articulate, he does not say goodbye in any proper sense, because a proper goodbye would require a fixed point of departure, a known date of return, an ordinary architecture of separation that this situation cannot provide. He simply leaves, and the leaving contains everything that cannot be said. The year is 1961. South Africa has become a republic, severing its last formal ties to the British Commonwealth over the objections of African and Asian member nations who found the apartheid state's continued membership unconscionable. The Afrikaner nationalist government celebrates this as a kind of consummation, the final achievement of the Boer Republic's long dream of independence from British oversight. For Black South Africans, it means something else entirely. It means that whatever thin thread of external accountability had connected their government to a broader world of nations has now been cut. They are more alone than before. Mandela moves through this republic that has no place for him with a discipline that becomes, in retrospect, almost architectural in its precision. He changes his appearance constantly, growing a beard, wearing overalls, adopting the persona of a domestic worker or a chauffeur or a gardener, roles that the apartheid imagination assigned to black men so automatically, so reflexively, that a black man playing such a role became effectively invisible. The system's dehumanization becomes his camouflage. He drives cars through roadblocks, sits in the back seats of vehicles, sleeps in the spare rooms and servant quarters of sympathizers, wakes in the dark, and moves before dawn, always moving, always calculating the distance between himself and the nearest point of danger. He is not alone in this underground life. There is a network, small, carefully compartmentalized, built on trust that has been tested over years, of people who shelter him, feed him, pass messages, arrange meetings, cover tracks. Some of them are ANC members. Some are Communist Party cadres. Some are simply people who have decided, in the private chambers of their own conscience, that the government they live under is wrong in a way that requires active opposition rather than passive disapproval. They take enormous risks. They do it anyway. Mandela moves through their lives like a river moving through landscape, reshaping things, leaving traces, and then continuing forward. The press begins to call him the Black Pimpernel, borrowing the name from Baroness Orczy's elusive hero, the Scarlet Pimpernel, who slipped through revolutionary France, rescuing aristocrats from the guillotine while the authorities clutched at empty air. The comparison is imperfect in all the ways that comparisons borrowed from European literature tend to be imperfect when applied to African realities, but it captures something true about the quality of Mandela's elusiveness, its theatrical dimension, the way it seems to mock the government's attempts at control, the way it generates a certain popular delight even among people who cannot openly express support for what he represents. The authorities search. He is not there. The authorities search again. He is somewhere else. There is in this dynamic something that functions almost like humor, the grim subversive humor of the powerless finding ways to make the powerful look foolish. He gives interviews. This is perhaps the most audacious aspect of his underground period. He does not simply hide. He communicates. He speaks to journalists from hiding, appearing suddenly in safe locations, granting audiences that demonstrate with considerable force that the government's inability to find him is not merely logistical but symbolic. He tells reporters that he will not leave the country while the people he represents remain trapped within it. He tells them that the ANC's turn toward armed resistance is a response to a government that has made nonviolence impossible, not a repudiation of the values that drove the movement in its earlier phase. He is precise about this distinction, and the precision matters because the world is watching, and the world's judgment matters even to a movement operating in the shadows. One morning, in May of 1961, he surfaces long enough to organize a national strike, a stay-at-home in the language of the movement, to protest South Africa's declaration as a republic without any consultation of its black population. The government mobilizes the army and the police in response, a massive show of force designed to intimidate workers into going to work, to demonstrate that the state's power is absolute and Mandela's is illusory. Some workers stay home. Many others, facing the immediate material consequences of lost wages and the more immediate threat of armed men in their streets, go to work. The strike is not the success that Mandela had hoped for, and he calls it off after 2 days. He does not pretend otherwise. He absorbs the lesson that mobilizing people across a country whose communications are monitored and whose movement is restricted by pass laws is an almost impossibly complex logistical challenge, and he files it alongside the other lessons that the underground life is teaching him. The planning of Umkhonto we Sizwe continues in parallel with all of this. The organization establishes its headquarters at a farm called Lily's in the suburb of Rivonia north of Johannesburg. Mandela moves there in October of 1961, operating under the name David Matsume, playing the role of a farmhand, wearing overalls that render him nearly invisible in a country where the presence of a black man doing physical labor on a white-owned farm requires no explanation. Lily's becomes a kind of nerve center, a place where plans are made, documents are written. People are trained in the rudimentary techniques of underground organization. It has the quality of a stage set in which a very serious play is being rehearsed, and Mandela moves through it with the deliberate calm of a man who has decided to stop being frightened of the consequences of his actions. The 16th of December, 1961, is the Day of the Covenant in the Afrikaner calendar, a deeply symbolic date commemorating the Battle of Blood River in 1838, when a small Boer force defeated a Zulu army. For the Afrikaner nationalist imagination, it represents the covenant with God that underwrites their claim to the land. Umkhonto we Sizwe chooses this date with care. On that evening, bombs go off at electrical installations and government offices in Johannesburg, Port Elizabeth, and Durban. No one is killed. The sabotage is deliberate in its targeting. Infrastructure, symbols of state authority, the apparatus of administration, because the organization has committed itself to avoiding the loss of human life at this stage. But the message is unmistakable. The resistance has acquired new capabilities, new forms, new willingness to operate outside the boundaries that the government had assumed would contain it. A leaflet is distributed. It bears the initials MK for Umkhonto we Sizwe. It announces the organization's existence and explains its purpose. It arrives in the world like a declaration of a different kind of war. Mandela writes later that the violence of that night troubled him even as he believed in its necessity, that holding those two things simultaneously, the belief in something and the unease about it, was among the most difficult moral experiences of his life. He is not a man who finds comfort in simple certainties. He is a man who understands that the hardest questions do not resolve into clean answers, and that political action requires choosing among imperfect options rather than waiting for a perfect one to appear. In January of 1962, the ANC sends him out of the country. It is the first time in his life that he has crossed a South African border. He travels through Bechuanaland, the British protectorate that will one day become Botswana, and then on to other African states, and then to England, and then across the continent to Ethiopia, where he trains briefly in military tactics and strategy with members of the Algerian Army of National Liberation, men who have fought their own long war against colonial rule, and who bring to the training the particular authority of those who have survived what Mandela and his colleagues are just beginning. He meets Julius Nyerere in Tanganyika, Haile Selassie in Addis Ababa. He meets Ben Bella, the Algerian president, whose revolution provides something like a model, imperfect, costly, but ultimately successful, for what the ANC might aspire to. He meets Hugh Gaitskell and Joe Grimond in London, leaders of the Labour and Liberal parties, men who represent the British progressive tradition that has long expressed sympathy for the ANC's cause even while the British government's official position remained equivocal at best. He is away for 6 months. 6 months in which he sees for the first time what Africa looks like from outside the apartheid enclosure, vast and various and alive with the particular energy of newly independent nations constructing themselves from the materials of their own history. He sees also that South Africa looms large in the African imagination, that its unresolved racial hierarchy is understood across the continent as both a particular injustice and a symbol of the larger unfinished business of decolonization. He is received not merely as a representative of the ANC, but as a figure who carries in himself the weight of a struggle that other Africans have a stake in. This is a different kind of recognition than anything he has experienced at home, where he is known primarily as a fugitive, a name on a wanted poster, a face that the security branch is very eager to find. He returns to South Africa in July of 1962, crossing back into the country in the same clandestine way he left it. He knows, in the way that experienced underground operators develop a sixth sense for such things, that the window is narrowing. The security branch has been improving its methods. The network of informers has been expanding. The government's intelligence apparatus, assisted in ways that will only become clear decades later by the CIA, which regards the ANC's Communist Party connections with deep suspicion, is becoming more sophisticated. He can feel the pressure increasing, the way you feel a weather change in your joints before the storm arrives. On the 5th of August, 1962, he is driving in a car near Howick in Natal, sitting in the back seat, when the police pull the vehicle over. He is dressed on this particular day in the uniform of a chauffeur. The officer who comes to the car window is not fooled. Whether through informant intelligence, the source of which will be debated for decades, with suspicion falling variously on a CIA operative, a Communist Party member, and others, or through some other means, the police know exactly who they are looking for and exactly where to find him. They take him out of the car. They arrest him. Nelson Mandela, the Black Pimpernel, the man who has lived inside South Africa's shadow for 17 months, the man who has organized sabotage and trained with freedom fighters and met presidents and built from almost nothing an armed wing of a banned political organization. This man is now in handcuffs, standing on the side of a Natal road, looking at the faces of the men who have caught him. He is 33 years old. He does not yet know, cannot yet know, that he will not be free again for 27 years. He does not yet know the name Robben Island with the weight it will eventually carry, does not yet know the particular quality of the cold wind that blows in off the Atlantic onto that small flat rock south of Cape Town, does not yet know the dimensions of the cell that will hold him, the weight of the quarry lime that will damage his eyes, the faces of the warders who will become, over long decades, as familiar to him as the faces of family. He knows only this moment, the road, the police, the handcuffs, the ending of one chapter and the beginning of another whose full length and full cost he cannot yet see. But there is something else too in that moment, something that will survive everything that follows. He has not broken. He has not betrayed his colleagues, has not sought safety at the cost of his principles, has not found, in all the months of living like a ghost in his own country, a reason to surrender what he believes. The government has caught his body. It has not caught the larger thing, the idea, the commitment, the vision of a South Africa that does not yet exist, but that he has spent his adult life working to bring into being. That thing moves on without him. It lives in Lily's Leaf, in the conversations of people he has trained and organized and inspired. It lives in the MK leaflets distributed on the 16th of December. It lives in the minds of men and women across Africa who heard him speak in foreign capitals and understood that his cause was also theirs. The Black Pimpernel is gone. What takes his place, in a prison cell, in a courtroom in the long silence of an island 23 kilometers from the mainland, is something harder and more enduring. A man who has decided in the most complete sense possible what he stands for. And that decision, made in freedom, will prove impossible to take away from him in captivity. The road runs on behind the police car that carries him away, empty and long, and lit by the particular golden light of a natal afternoon, the kind of light that makes even the most ordinary South African landscape look like something close to paradise, the kind of light that makes what is being done to this country seem, by contrast, all the more impossible to bear. The Rivonia Trial, 1963-1964. The winter of 1963 settles over South Africa like a held breath. In the cities, in the townships, in the whitewashed government offices of Pretoria, something is tightening. A coil of political tension wounds so taut that the air itself seems to hum with it. The apartheid state, that vast and merciless machinery of racial separation, has been shaken in recent years by acts of defiance it did not anticipate, by a resistance it cannot fully see or touch or name. And so, in the manner of systems that fear what they cannot control, it reaches harder. It grasps more desperately. It prepares to strike. Nelson Mandela is already gone from the streets. He has been behind bars since August of 1962, arrested after 17 months of living underground, of disguises and safe houses and midnight meetings, of becoming the Black Pimpernel, a name the press coined for the man who seemed to move through his own country like a ghost, present everywhere and nowhere at once. He was convicted of incitement and leaving the country illegally, sentenced to 5 years and sent to Pretoria local prison. He is 44 years old. He is not broken. He has never been broken. But what is coming now is something far larger than any sentence he has yet faced. Something is unraveling on a farm outside Johannesburg, and when it unravels, it will pull everything with it: the lives of his comrades, the fate of the liberation movement, and Nelson Mandela's own destiny, reshaped irrevocably in a courtroom that the whole world will eventually be forced to watch. The farm is called Lily's Leaf. It sits in Rivonia, a quiet suburb to the north of Johannesburg, where jacaranda trees line the roads and the properties stretch wide and unhurried behind their walls. From the outside, it is unremarkable: a working farm with a thatched cottage, a few outbuildings, chickens scratching in the yard. Nothing to announce what it conceals. For more than a year, it has served as the underground headquarters of the African National Congress and its armed wing, Umkhonto Sizwe, the spear of the nation, the organization that Mandela helped to found, the organization built on the painful conviction that non-violence alone could no longer be the only answer to a regime that answered peaceful protest with bullets and batons and the slow violence of legislation. On the afternoon of the 11th of July, 1963, the security police come. They come without warning, hidden in a dry cleaning van that rolls through the farm's gates with deliberate ordinariness. And then the doors burst open and the men pour out, armed, efficient, practiced in the choreography of a raid. In the cottage and the outbuildings, they find what they have been looking for: documents, maps, plans of sabotage operations, financial records, a draft of something called Operation Mayabuya, a proposal still contested among the leadership for a possible guerrilla campaign. They find Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Ahmed Kathrada, Raymond Malaba, Lionel Bernstein, Arthur Goldrick, Bob Heppel, Dennis Goldberg, leaders of the liberation movement, caught entirely off guard, arrested on the spot. They find, in the sheer volume of paper that lines the shelves and fills the drawers, the most comprehensive record of the ANC underground that has ever fallen into government hands. It is, by any measure, a catastrophic security breach. And it will change everything. The men are brought to Pretoria, held under the newly enacted 90-day detention law, a piece of legislation so deliberately cruel in its design that it allows the government to hold suspects in complete isolation, without charge, without access to lawyers, without any obligation to explain itself to anyone, for an initial period of 90 days. and then, simply by releasing the prisoner for a moment and rearresting them, to begin the 90 days again. It is a law engineered for breaking people. It is a law that says, in the plainest possible terms, we can do what we wish to you, and you have no recourse. Nelson Mandela, already serving his 5-year sentence at Pretoria local prison, is brought back from that confinement and placed into this new one. He is told that he will face additional charges. He does not yet know all of them. He does not yet know the full scope of what the state has found at Liliesleaf, or how the government intends to use it. He waits in his cell in the manner he has learned, deliberately, quietly, turning his thoughts inward, drawing on reserves that have been deepened by years of political discipline and personal conviction. In the months that follow, the state constructs its case with the methodical satisfaction of an institution that believes it holds all the cards. And in many ways, it does. The documents from Liliesleaf are damning in their specificity. The government's prosecutor, Percy Utar, small, ambitious, theatrical in his courtroom manner, a man who understands that this trial will define his career, will argue not merely that the accused committed sabotage, but that they conspired to violently overthrow the state, to invite foreign military intervention to plunge South Africa into a revolutionary war. The charge is high treason. The maximum penalty is death. The trial opens on the 9th of October 1963, in the Palace of Justice in Pretoria, a grand colonnaded building that sits at the northern edge of Church Square, looking out over a square where a bronze Paul Kruger gazes down from his plinth with the impassive authority of a state that regards itself as eternal. The accused are brought in. They are 11 men: Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Ahmed Kathrada, Raymond Malaba, Lionel Bernstein, Bob Heppel, Dennis Goldberg, Rusty Bernstein, James Contour, and Andrew Malangini. They are charged under the Sabotage Act. Utar reads the indictment with prosecutorial relish, as if the charges themselves are a kind of performance. Outside the Palace of Justice, a crowd has gathered, men and women from the townships, students, activists, people who have walked miles to be present at this moment, to stand in the cold morning air and simply witness. They carry no signs that day, make no speeches. Their presence is itself a form of testimony. When the accused are brought in, the crowd raises its fist in the ANC salute and calls out, Amandla. Power. And from inside the courtroom, or so the story will later be told, the response finds its way back, Nawathu. It is ours. The defense team, as led by Bram Fisher, a man whose own life is a kind of counter-argument to the logic of apartheid, an Afrikaner of impeccable ancestry and profound moral courage who has chosen, at enormous personal cost, to stand on the side of those his own people oppress. He is brilliant, meticulous, and deeply human. He understands that the law as written will not save these men, that the evidence against them is too substantial, that the political will of the state is too absolute. What he is fighting for, in the end, is not acquittal. It is survival. It is the chance to keep these men alive, to prevent the gallows, to send them to prison rather than to death. The defense begins by attacking the indictment itself, arguing that it is so defective, so carelessly drafted, so full of imprecision, that it cannot stand. And to the astonishment of nearly everyone in the courtroom, the judge agrees. The indictment is quashed. Utar is furious, publicly humiliated. It is a small victory, a procedural one, and no one in the defense team imagines it will alter the final outcome. But it matters. It matters because it demonstrates that the law, even in its compromised state, is not yet simply a rubber stamp, that arguments can be made, that reason is not entirely extinguished inside that courtroom. And it matters because it gives the defense time. A new indictment is filed. The charges are narrowed slightly from high treason to sabotage and conspiracy. The distinction, in the context of a regime seeking a death sentence, is perhaps less meaningful than it sounds. But the defense team takes what it can. When the trial resumes properly in December of 1963, It does so with a gravity that settles over every person in the room like weather. The accused have had time to speak with their lawyers, to strategize, to decide how they will conduct themselves. And they have made a choice that is, in the circumstances, extraordinary. They will not cower. They will not dissemble. They will not pretend that they did not do what they did, or believe what they believe. They will explain themselves. They will use this trial, this courtroom, this moment of global scrutiny as a platform. They will speak the truth of their lives and their struggle directly into the record of history. It is Mandela who will speak first, and most fully and most devastatingly. He has been working on what he will say for months, thinking it through in his cell, writing and revising, testing the logic of each argument against the severity of the moment. He knows that what he says in that courtroom will outlast the trial. He knows, though he cannot know this entirely, that it may outlast him. The months of the trial pass through the South African summer and into the autumn of 1964. Witness after witness is called by the prosecution. The documentary evidence from Lily's Leaf is introduced in exhausting detail. Maps and manifestos and minutes of meetings, the bones of a movement laid out on a courtroom table for the state to pick through. Utah questions witnesses with a melodrama that sometimes veers into absurdity. He is a man performing for an audience he imagines to be watching. And they are watching. Journalists from around the world have taken notice. In London, in New York, in Oslo, in Dar es Salaam, the Rivonia trial is becoming a story that carries implications beyond South Africa's borders. The ANC has been careful, in the years leading up to this moment, to build international connections, to make the argument before the United Nations, before foreign governments, before liberal and left-wing movements in Europe and America, that apartheid is not merely a domestic matter, not simply the internal arrangement of a sovereign state, but a crime against humanity, a system so fundamentally contrary to the values enshrined in the post-war international order that the world cannot simply look away. That argument is being tested now. That argument is in the dock, alongside Nelson Mandela. Inside the courtroom, the accused sit and listen, and occasionally exchange glances. They are not permitted to speak freely during the prosecution's case, only through their lawyers. But their bearing speaks. Walter Sisulu, solid and unflappable, watches the proceedings with the calm of a man who has spent decades preparing for exactly this kind of pressure. Govan Mbeki, intellectual and fierce, does not bother to conceal his contempt for the performance being staged against him. Ahmed Kathrada, the youngest of the central accused, carries himself with a dignity that belies his relative youth. Dennis Goldberg, the only white defendant who will ultimately be convicted alongside the others, maintains a dry composure. And Mandela watches everything. He listens. He is calculating not the odds of his acquittal, which he does not believe are meaningful, but the shape of the statement he will make, the argument he will put before the court, and through the court before the world. He is preparing to speak for himself, and for everyone the apartheid state has ever tried to silence. In April of 1964, the prosecution rests its case. The defense prepares to present its own. And here, in the strategy devised by Bram Fisher and agreed upon by the accused, lies perhaps the most remarkable decision of the entire trial. Mandela will not testify. He will make a statement from the dock, a legal option that denies the prosecution the right to cross-examine him, that allows him to speak entirely on his own terms without interruption, without the adversarial theater of question and answer. It is a choice that maximizes his control over his own words. And the words he has prepared are extraordinary. On the morning of the 20th of April, 1964, Nelson Mandela rises to his feet in the Palace of Justice. The courtroom is very quiet. The judge, Cortus de Wet, a man of the bench rather than of the gallery, formal and contained, not given to visible emotion, sits at the front of the room. The prosecutor sits at his table. The gallery is full. Outside, The crowd that has kept its vigil throughout the months of this trial is gathered again in the April chill. Mandela begins to speak. His voice is measured, unhurried, carrying the specific weight of a man who has thought very carefully about every word and is now releasing them into the world one by one. He speaks first of himself, of his childhood, of his family, of the world he was born into, and the world he came to understand as a young man. He was born, he explains, into a society that had not yet entirely closed its doors to him, that had allowed him to believe, at least for a time, that achievement and education and discipline might be enough. He attended Fort Hare, the university that served as the intellectual home of Black South African ambition. He studied law. He came to Johannesburg. He began to understand, through the accumulating evidence of daily experience, that the door he had believed was open was in fact locked, that no degree, no achievement, no amount of personal excellence could earn him the rights that white South Africans inherited at birth. He speaks of his commitment to nonviolence, of how long and how faithfully the ANC pursued peaceful means of resistance, of the Defiance Campaign of 1952, of petition and protest and legal challenge, of decades of asking, appealing, imploring. He does not omit this history. He insists upon it, because he wants the court and the world to understand what it means that he eventually concluded that nonviolence alone was no longer sufficient. This was not a decision made lightly. It was made after the Sharpeville massacre of 1960, when police opened fire on a peaceful crowd protesting the pass laws and killed 69 people, when the government responded to that atrocity not with remorse but with the banning of the ANC and the declaration of a state of emergency. It was made after every legal avenue had been not merely closed but bricked over. He describes the founding of Umkhonto Sizwe, the deliberate choice of sabotage, as the first and least violent form of armed resistance, targeted at infrastructure and symbols of apartheid power, carefully designed to avoid loss of life. He does not deny this. He affirms it. He explains the logic, that in a situation where peaceful protest led only to more repression, where the state met every appeal with greater force, a movement that refused any form of armed response was a movement that had abandoned its own people to an escalating violence to which they could not reply. And then he speaks of what he believes. Of democracy. Of a society in which all people, regardless of race, have the right to participate in the government that shapes their lives. He invokes the Freedom Charter. He speaks of an ANC that has always been multiracial in its vision, that has never sought the domination of one group over another, only the end of domination as a principle of governance. He is careful here, precise, because the prosecution has tried to paint the ANC as a communist organization bent on racial vengeance, and he will not let that characterization stand unchallenged. He speaks for nearly 4 hours, and then he reaches the end. And the end is the part that will be quoted, that will be carved into the record of the century, that will be repeated in speeches and obituaries and documentaries for decades to come. He says, "I have dedicated myself to this struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." The courtroom is silent. It is the silence of a room in which something irreversible has just occurred, in which words have been spoken that cannot be unsaid, that will continue to reverberate long after the speaker is gone from that room. Judge DeWitt stares at his bench. The prosecutor stares at his papers. In the gallery, people are holding themselves very still, as if movement might break something. Outside, the crowd waits. In the weeks that follow, the remaining accused give their own statements. Govan Mbeki speaks with the authority of a man who has thought deeply about economics and race and the specific mechanisms of oppression. Walter Sisulu speaks quietly, truthfully, without a word of apology for any of it. Ahmed Kathrada speaks with a passionate clarity about what it means to be a person of color in the country of his birth. Each man, in his own voice, tells the truth. The sum of their testimonies is a document of an era, a record of what it was to live under apartheid and choose resistance. The trial concludes its evidentiary phase in late May. Arguments are heard. And then there is the waiting, the particular wait of a period in which everything has been said and nothing has yet been decided, in which the accused sit in their cells and the rest of the world holds its breath and the judge considers. On the 11th of June, 1964, Judge Cortes de Wet delivers his verdict. He finds 8 of the accused guilty: Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Ahmed Kathrada, Raymond Malaba, Dennis Goldberg, Elias Motsoaledi, and Andrew Malangini. Lionel Bernstein is acquitted. James Contour's charges have been dropped. Bob Heppel has turned state's witness and fled the country. Guilty. The word falls into the room with finality. Outside, the crowd receives it in silence, because they already knew, because everyone who understood the system understood that this verdict was the only one the system would allow itself to deliver. The question that remains is the sentence. And the sentence could be death. Bram Fisher addresses the court in mitigation. He is eloquent and controlled, marshalling every argument available to him. But what he is really doing is appealing to something beyond legal argument, appealing to the judge's sense of history, to his awareness of what the world is watching, to the possibility that even within the apparatus of apartheid there might be a man capable of understanding that executing these men would not end the struggle, but would ignite it in ways the state could not manage. He does not say this directly. He says it in the language of law and precedent and proportionality. International pressure has been building throughout the trial. The United Nations has passed resolutions. Governments have made representations. Protests have taken place in cities across Europe and North America. Bertrand Russell has spoken. Leaders of the African independence movements have spoken. The world has been watching, and the world has said with varying degrees of urgency, do not hang these men. Whether it is this pressure, or Bram Fisher's arguments, or something else, some remainder of judicial instinct that balks at the gallows even in a court of apartheid, no one can say with complete certainty. But on the 12th of June, 1964, Judge de Wet pronounces sentence. Life imprisonment. Not death. Life. The relief in the courtroom is visceral and immediate, though it expresses itself in the restrained manner of people who understand that what they are celebrating is still a catastrophe, that these men will spend their lives in prison, that the movement has lost its most visible leadership to a cell, that the road ahead stretches into an uncertainty so deep it cannot be measured. But they are alive. They will be alive. Nelson Mandela receives the sentence with the same equanimity with which he has received everything in this courtroom. He nods. He looks at his comrades. He looks at his lawyers. He does not weep, though others around him do. He is 45 years old, and the life of which he has spoken, the democratic free society he has cherished, is further away than ever. And he is prepared for it. In the days immediately following the sentencing, the convicted men are moved. They are taken to a boat at the harbor in Cape Town, and the boat crosses Table Bay in the early morning, and the shape of Cape Town grows small behind them, and ahead of them rises the dark mass of Robben Island, that flat, wind-scoured, wave-surrounded piece of earth 7 miles offshore that the apartheid state has turned into its most secure political prison. They will live here. This will become their world. On the morning of their arrival, the prison authorities are already at work constructing the parameters of their confinement. The conditions are deliberate in their severity. The men will quarry limestone in the cold sea air. They will sleep on thin mats. They will receive the minimum food, minimum clothing, minimum communication with the world outside. The state intends for them to disappear here, to be swallowed by the island's gray silence, to fade from the memory of the movement and the consciousness of the world. The state does not understand what it has in its hands. Mandela steps onto the island. He feels the wind off the Atlantic. He looks at the rock and the sea and the sky. And somewhere inside that extraordinary mind, in the place where strategy and conviction and the long view of history have always lived alongside each other, he is already thinking about what comes next. About how to maintain the movement from within these walls. About how to educate the other prisoners. How to build a community of resistance in the middle of a prison. How to ensure that the struggle that has brought him to this island does not die simply because the state has put him here. He is not yet free. He will not be free for another 26 years. But something has happened in that courtroom in Pretoria. Something in the record of his words, in the clarity of his statement, in the courage of his bearing, under a charge that could have sent him to the gallows, that cannot be undone or imprisoned or erased. An idea has been spoken plainly into the world. A human being has stood up in the machinery of his own destruction and refused to be destroyed. The boat moves away from the mainland. The island receives its prisoners. The sea closes around the crossing, smoothing it away as if it never happened. And in Church Square in Pretoria, the bronze Paul Kruger looks out from his plinth over a city that believes it has won. That belief will last for a while. It will not last forever. Nothing built on the denial of another person's humanity ever does. Chapter 7, Robben Island. The dark years 1964 to 1976. The boat cuts through the cold gray water of Table Bay. It is the morning of June 13, 1964, and the island emerges slowly from the mist, a low flat mass of rock and scrubland sitting just 11 kilometers from the shore of Cape Town, close enough that on a clear day a man might see the outline of the city, the suggestion of the mountain, the ghost of a life that once was his. The island is called Robben Island. For centuries it has served as a place of exile, a dumping ground for those whom the powerful wished to forget. Lepers were sent here. The mentally ill. Political prisoners under Dutch colonial rule, then British colonial rule, and now, with a grim and unbroken continuity, under the rule of the apartheid state of South Africa. The men on this boat are not criminals in any meaningful sense of the word. They are thinkers, organizers, lawyers, activists, men who believe that the country of their birth belonged to them as much as it belonged to anyone. But the law, as written by those in power, has said otherwise. Nelson Mandela stands among them. He is 45 years old. He has already spent years in and out of courtrooms, in hiding, underground. He has already served time in prison. But this is different. The Rivonia trial has ended. The sentence has been handed down. Life imprisonment. And as the island takes shape through the morning fog, something settles over him. Not despair, not quite, but the full and total weight of understanding. This is not a temporary arrangement. This is where the years will go. He is wearing a thin jacket. The wind off the Atlantic is sharp and indifferent, the kind of cold that does not ask your permission. Around him stand men he knows well: Walter Sisulu, Ahmed Kathrada, Govan Mbeki, Raymond Malaba, Elias Motsoaledi, Andrew Malangini. These are his comrades, the men who stood with him in the dock at the Palace of Justice in Pretoria. They have arrived at the end of one chapter and the beginning of something else entirely, something that has no name yet, no shape they can fully comprehend. They are handed over to the warders waiting at the dock, and the island receives them the way an institution always receives its new arrivals, with bureaucratic coldness, with the efficient removal of dignity. He is given a prisoner number. 466/64. The 466th prisoner, admitted in the year 1964. This is who he is now, according to the state. Not a lawyer. Not a leader. Not a husband or a father, or the man who once moved through the townships of Johannesburg with such force and presence that people stopped what they were doing simply to watch him pass. He is 466/64, and he is marched to his cell. The cell is small, extraordinarily small. It measures approximately 2 meters by 2.5 meters. There is a mat on the concrete floor for sleeping, a single thin blanket, a sanitary bucket in the corner, a small ledge that passes for a desk. There is a window, but it is small and barred, and lets in a rectangle of light that is enough to see by and not much else. The door is solid iron. When it closes with a sound that carries a kind of finality, a sound that, in the days to come, he will learn to absorb without flinching, the way the body learns to absorb any repeated blow. They make him change into the prison uniform. Here, on Robben Island, the apartheid logic of classification follows a man even into the deepest degradation. African prisoners are given short trousers, shorts, as worn by children, while colored and Indian prisoners receive long trousers. It is a deliberate, petty, calculated humiliation, a reminder that even in imprisonment, the hierarchy of race persists. Mandela, who has been many things in his life, and who carries in his blood the lineage of Tembu royalty, is given shorts. He will spend years fighting, quietly and persistently, to have this changed. The food is calibrated by race as well. African prisoners receive less than their Indian and colored counterparts, smaller portions, meaner rations. Breakfast is a thin porridge called mealie pap, sometimes with a spoonful of sugar if they are fortunate. Lunch might be more of the same, or a watery vegetable soup. Dinner is a repetition of the morning. The body, over time, learns to manage on very little. The spirit must learn the same. In those first weeks, the prison authorities attempt something that might be described as a breaking-in process. The rules are explained in a tone that makes clear they are not suggestions. Prisoners will rise before dawn. They will work. They will not speak without permission. They will address warders as boss, a word that carries centuries of humiliation in its 2 syllables, a word that many of the men on Robben Island have spent their entire adult lives refusing to say. Mandela does not say it. He is not aggressive about this. He is not theatrical. He simply does not say it, with a quiet and immovable firmness that will come over time to unsettle even those who hold the keys. The work in those early years is in the limestone quarry. It begins before the sun has fully established itself in the sky, and it ends in the late afternoon, when the light has gone pale and the men's hands are raw. They are taken by truck along the roads of the island to a quarry carved into the hillside, and there they are given picks and shovels and commanded to dig. The limestone is white and hard and blazingly reflective in the sunlight. There are no protective goggles issued. The glare off the rock face is relentless, punishing, a white brilliance that enters through the eyes and seems to settle somewhere behind them, a permanent ache that Mandela will carry for the rest of his life, a slow deterioration of his vision that he cannot stop and the authorities will not address. He digs. He breaks rock. He shovels the rubble into wheelbarrows and empties them and returns and does it again. He is a man who was once one of the finest lawyers of his generation, a man who argued cases in the Supreme Court, a man who read and wrote and debated and organized with the restless energy of someone who believed absolutely in the transforming power of ideas. And now his hands blister and crack around the handle of a pick. But notice what happens in that quarry over time. Notice what the authorities do not account for. The men talk to each other. Not always openly, not without risk, not without watching the movements of the warders who patrol the perimeter. But they talk. In whispers, in murmurs, during the brief rest periods, in the space between one blow of the pick and the next. Walter Sisulu is there. Kathrada is there. Govan Mbeki is there. And what they do, slowly and quietly, with the patience of men who understand that time is now the one thing they have in abundance, is that they begin to create something. They call it the University of Robben Island, not in any official way, not with any formal announcement, but that is what it becomes. A school without walls. A place where the men teach each other, argue with each other, debate the ideas that have brought them here, and the ideas that will be needed when they leave. Mandela teaches political economy. Others teach history, mathematics, literature, law. The younger prisoners who arrive over the years, and they will arrive in waves, each wave reflecting the intensifying struggle outside, are drawn into these discussions. They arrive angry and raw, many of them shaped by the newer energies of the Black consciousness movement. And Mandela and Sisulu engage with them, argue with them, listen to them with a seriousness that the young men do not always expect from men they know only as legendary figures from a movement that preceded them. The island, which was designed to isolate these men from the world, becomes instead a place of continuous intellectual life. The authorities do not intend this. They are not grateful for it. But they cannot entirely stop it either. There is a letter. Or rather, there is the idea of a letter, and then the reality of it, and then the long months of waiting. The prison allows one letter every 6 months in those early years. One letter, limited in length, subject to censorship, blacked out in places by the authorities before it is sent or received. One letter every 6 months. Winnie is at home in Johannesburg, and she is fighting her own battles. The apartheid state does not leave her alone simply because her husband is imprisoned. She is banned, meaning she cannot attend gatherings, cannot be quoted in the press, cannot speak publicly in any form. She is watched. She is harassed. She is restricted to the magisterial district of Johannesburg. She is a target, in part because she is Mandela's wife, and in part because she is formidable in her own right, and the state understands on some instinctual level that she is dangerous to it. He thinks about her in the cell at night. He thinks about his children. He has daughters he barely knows now, sons growing into young men without him present. Zinzi and Zinani are small. Magatho and Tembi are older. He carries them in his mind during the long hours of darkness, that specific ache of parenthood interrupted, of love that has nowhere to go, of moments he will not get back. He does not speak of this pain, often or openly. He has a discipline about his interior life that he has cultivated over many years, an understanding that if he allows grief its full expression, it will become ungovernable. He stores it carefully. He manages it with the same deliberate attention he gives to everything. The visits, when they come, are both gift and torment. In those first years, a visit is allowed once every 6 months, and then once every 3 months, and the conditions under which the visits occur are designed to strip them of as much warmth as possible. There is a glass partition. There are warders present. Conversations are monitored. Winnie, when she finally gets permission to visit, and getting permission is itself a bureaucratic ordeal, a series of applications and denials and appeals, sits across from him through the glass, and they speak through a telephone handset that crackles and drops, and sometimes makes it nearly impossible to hear. She is beautiful. She is defiant. She is managing things he cannot manage from where he is. And the visit ends as it must, and he walks back to the cell, and she walks back to the ferry, and the cold water of Table Bay lies between them again. He reads. This is one of the constants of his life on Robben Island. The hunger for books, for words, for the engagement with ideas that cannot be taken from him regardless of how bare the cell or how long the sentence. He fights for access to books. Initially, the regulations are severe. Over time, through persistent requests and occasional victories, the prisoners on Robben Island build something resembling a library. Books are shared, discussed, argued over. Mandela reads history. He has always read history, and he reads literature and political philosophy, and whatever comes to him through the slow, filtered channels of prison life. He reads the works of the great African leaders, the theorists of liberation, the thinkers who have grappled with the question that has consumed his own life. What does freedom actually mean? And how does a man move toward it when everything is arranged to prevent him? He also studies. He is already a lawyer, but he pursues further study through the University of London's correspondence program, working through the legal materials in his cell, writing his answers on paper that must then be sent out through the prison's sluggish bureaucratic systems and returned weeks later. It is an act of faith, this studying, a declaration that the future he is preparing for is real, that it will come, that the work he does in this cell will matter in a world outside it. He does not know when. He cannot know when. But he studies as though the answer to that question is not relevant, as though the preparation itself is the point. There are moments of absurdity, the kind of absurdity that only makes sense within the hermetically sealed logic of a system built on racial fantasy. The rules shift and change depending on who is in charge, which warder has been assigned to the section, what mood the authorities are in. There are warders who are brutal, straightforwardly, unimaginatively cruel, men who have been given a small piece of power and have found in it the full expression of their nature. There are others who are curious, who find themselves gradually disarmed by the men they are supposed to be guarding, who begin to see in Mandela something that their training has told them cannot be there. Over the years, a peculiar kind of relationship develops between some of the warders and the prisoners. Not friendship, nothing as simple or clean as that, but a mutual recognition, a grudging acknowledgement that the boundary between them is more arbitrary than the institution would like anyone to believe. Mandela observes these men carefully. He has a gift for this, for reading people, for understanding what motivates them, for finding the place where genuine engagement is possible. He speaks Afrikaans, which is the language of the warders, the language of the apartheid state, the language that many of his comrades refuse on principle. He understands the refusal. He shares the history that motivates it. But he also understands something else, that refusing to engage with your adversary is a way of ceding ground to him, of allowing him to remain comfortable in his assumptions. Mandela speaks Afrikaans to the warders. He learns their names. He asks about their families. And over time, even in this place, even in these circumstances, something shifts. It is 1968, and word comes through to the island that his mother has died. Violet Nozakeni Mandela, the woman who raised him in the hills of the Transkei, who watched him grow from the boy who tended cattle to the young man who traveled to Johannesburg to make something of himself, she is gone. He applies for permission to attend the funeral. The application is denied. He sits in his cell with this knowledge, and he does what he has learned to do with pain. He holds it, he contains it, and he does not let it break the shape of who he is. A year later, 1969, comes the worst news of all. Tembi, his eldest son, Madiba Tembekile, who is 24 years old, is killed in a car accident. He is driving in the Eastern Cape when the crash occurs, and he dies, and Mandela hears this in the way he hears all news on Robben Island. Filtered through the prison systems, delayed, arriving in the cell like something from another world. He again applies to attend the funeral. Again, the application is denied. His son is buried without him. There are those who have spoken of this as the most devastating moment of his years on the island. He has spoken of it himself, but only sparingly, in the way he speaks of all his deepest pain, with a restraint that is not coldness, but is rather the discipline of a man who has decided that survival requires boundaries even around grief. The world outside is not standing still. This is something the authorities on Robben Island are acutely aware of, and it shapes everything. The restrictions, the rules, the anxious calibrations of what information the prisoners are allowed to receive. The anti-apartheid movement is growing internationally. There are sanctions movements in Europe, student protests at universities across the world, a rising consciousness about what is happening in South Africa. The name Nelson Mandela has not disappeared. The states hope that imprisonment would accomplish the erasure, that Robben Island would swallow him, that the world would move on, that other leaders would emerge and the old names would fade, this hope is not being realized. Inside South Africa, the struggle continues in forms both visible and invisible. The ANC operates from exile, from offices in Lusaka and Dar es Salaam, and London and elsewhere, maintaining the organization, conducting diplomacy, keeping the international pressure alive. Oliver Tambo, who has been Mandela's law partner, who has been his friend since their years together at Fort Hare University, is leading the external mission with a steadiness and strategic intelligence that will sustain the movement through decades of difficulty. Mandela knows this. He follows it, as best he can, through whatever information reaches the island. He corresponds with Tambo when the prison allows it. And he thinks about strategy, about the future, about what kind of movement and what kind of South Africa must be built when the moment finally comes. In 1971, the lime quarry work slows and eventually, over the following years, transitions to other forms of labor. The men are given different work, sometimes gathering seaweed on the beaches of the island, sometimes tending to the prison grounds. The physical work is still present, still mandatory, still a feature of daily life designed to exhaust and demean. But the conditions are not entirely static. Each concession, and concessions do come, grudgingly, incrementally, is the result of sustained, disciplined pressure from the prisoners themselves. They write letters. They stage complaints through official channels. They engage the prison authorities in an endless negotiation over the smallest details of their existence. The right to study, the right to receive more letters, the right to long trousers, the right to slightly better food. Every small victory is treated with the seriousness of a larger one, because on Robben Island, small victories are what there are, and the discipline required to pursue them is the same discipline that will one day be required to pursue larger things. A new generation of prisoners begins arriving in the 1970s, shaped by events that the older prisoners hear about in fragments and pieces. The Soweto Uprising of 1976, the explosion of student resistance that begins on June 16 when the young people of Soweto take to the streets to protest the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, sends tremors through the country and sends hundreds of young people eventually to Robben Island. They arrive burning. They arrive with the philosophy of Steve Biko and the Black consciousness movement inscribed in them, with a fiercer, more confrontational energy than many of the older prisoners, with a suspicion of the older generation's politics that they do not always trouble to hide. They look at the men who have been on this island for a decade, and they ask, with the unsparing clarity of youth, whether the old strategies are adequate for the new moment. Mandela engages with this. He does not condescend to the young men, does not dismiss their anger or their new ideas. He knows what anger is. He has organized it, directed it, tried to shape it into something that can survive the long encounter with power. What he and Sisulu and Kathrada do with these young arrivals is something more patient than argument. They listen, they question, they open the conversation without trying to win it. And in the process, something extraordinary happens. The new prisoners, who have arrived contemptuous of the older men's methods, begin to reconsider. Not to abandon their own politics, but to see them in a broader context, to understand the longer arc of the struggle, to recognize that what has been built on Robben Island over more than a decade is not stagnation but endurance, which is its own form of power. Through all of this, through all the years of the quarry and the cell, and the letters that arrive censored, and the visits that end too soon, Mandela is doing something that has no name in the official prison records, something that the authorities cannot measure or confiscate or deny him. He is becoming more himself. The parts of him that are essential are being refined. The impatience that once marked him, the willingness to confront that could shade into recklessness, these are not eliminated, but they are deepened, given ballast, placed in a larger frame. He is developing, in the specific conditions of deprivation and isolation and time, a quality of patience that is not passivity, a stillness that is not defeat, a capacity for the long view that will prove eventually to be one of the most powerful instruments anyone has ever brought to the negotiating table of a nation. He gardens. In a small courtyard, attached to the section of the prison where he lives, he is eventually allowed to cultivate a garden. He plants vegetables, tomatoes, onions, chilies. He tends them with the same attention he gives to everything. And he takes a real pleasure in the work, in the directness of the relationship between effort and result, in the sensation of soil, and the small, reliable miracles of growth. He will speak of this garden later with a warmth that is not nostalgia, but recognition, and understanding that in this small patch of earth he found something that the rest of his imprisonment was designed to deny him, which was the experience of agency, of tending something, of watching it grow under his care. He shares the vegetables with the warders, as well as with his fellow prisoners. This, too, is a kind of politics. He writes. He writes whenever he is allowed to write, which is not always and not freely. He writes letters to Winnie, to his children, to the organization, to the prison authorities. He writes legal briefs on behalf of fellow prisoners. He works on what will eventually become a memoir, pages written in secret, hidden within the walls of the prison, a manuscript that is discovered by the authorities and confiscated, that is partially reconstructed from memory, that will eventually, decades later, become the book the world will know as Long Walk to Freedom. The writing is itself a discipline, a way of thinking through the experience, of ordering it, of refusing to let it remain shapeless and overwhelming. He is a man who uses language precisely, who understands that the way you name a thing is the beginning of your relationship with it. Evening on Robben Island. The day's work is done. The cells are locked. The rectangle of sky visible through the barred window has deepened from blue to gray to black, and somewhere beyond the dark water the lights of Cape Town are coming on. He cannot see them from where he lies. The mountain is invisible. The city is invisible. The country that is his birthright and his life's work is invisible. But he knows it is there. He has always known it is there. And in the particular quality of his knowing, in the specificity and the patience and the absolute refusal of despair, there is something that neither the island nor the apartheid state nor the long years of darkness can reach. He is 47. He is 50. He is 55. And the year is 1976, and the fires of Soweto have reached even this remote outpost of stone and cold water, carried here in the bodies and the voices of the young men who arrive on the ferry and enter the prison system, and find unexpectedly that the older men are waiting for them, that there is a conversation to be had, that the struggle is larger and older and more resourceful than they had imagined. Outside, the world is watching. Inside, in the cell that measures 2 meters by 2.5 meters, the man who is 466/64 lies on his mat in the dark, and he thinks, and he waits, and he does not give up. He has never given up. That is perhaps the simplest and most complete thing that can be said about him, and it is, in its simplicity, the most radical thing of all. The island holds him. It does not break him. These are not the same thing. Chapter 8. Resisting Behind Bars, 1977 to 1989. The sea does not ask permission to be restless. It simply moves, cold, indifferent, eternal, grinding the granite cliffs of Robben Island into something smaller with every passing year. And in the early hours of 1977, before the warders have begun their rounds, and before the klaxon has shattered the silence that settles over the prison like a second, heavier darkness, Nelson Mandela lies awake on his thin mat and listens to it. The ocean. Just beyond the walls. Just beyond reach. He has been here for 13 years. The cell measures 8 feet by 7. He knows this not because he has measured it with a tape or a ruler. No such instruments exist in Section B, but because he has measured it with his body, with the slow, deliberate pacing that he performs each morning before the guards unlock the door. 6 steps. Turn. 6 steps. Turn. It is exercise, yes, but it is also something else. It is a declaration. A quiet insistence that the body still belongs to its owner, that the mind which commands it has not yet been colonized by the concrete and the cold and the grinding sameness of incarceration. He rises. The floor of Limestone Island is always cold, even in the brief subtropical summer that passes over the Cape like an afterthought. He pulls his blanket around his shoulders. 3 blankets are permitted now, an upgrade from the single blanket of the early years, one of the many small concessions extracted through years of patient, dogged negotiation. And he stands at the narrow window, peering through the iron bars at the sky above the courtyard. It is still dark. The stars are out. Somewhere beyond the black water, beyond the sweep of the Cape Peninsula, the lights of Cape Town are flickering, and ordinary men and women are sleeping in ordinary beds, dreaming ordinary dreams. He does not envy them. Or rather, he corrects himself, because precision matters even in thought, especially in thought. He does not permit himself to envy them. The distinction is important. Envy would mean that he is looking outward for what he needs, and he has long since understood that the only sustainable source of power available to him in this place is the power that originates from within. He has read enough philosophy, enough history, enough biography to know that the men and women who survived the worst that captivity can offer, the Stoics in their exile, the resistors in their dungeons, the revolutionaries in their solitary cells, survived precisely because they refused to place the locus of their freedom in the hands of their captors. He turns from the window and begins to pace. The years from 1964 to 1976 had already stripped him of nearly everything that the outside world considers essential to a man's dignity. His profession, his freedom of movement, the proximity of his wife, his children, his friends, the right to speak publicly, to be quoted in print, to exist as a political entity in the country of his birth. But 1977 brings a particular kind of pressure, a pressure more subtle than the hard labor of the early years, more insidious than the deliberate humiliations of warders who refused to address him by name rather than number, more corrosive than the hunger that had gnawed at him in those first months before the prison food began slowly and grudgingly to improve. What 1977 brings is the pressure of irrelevance. Outside the walls, the world is changing. The Soweto uprising of June 1976 has reshuffled the political deck in ways that no one fully anticipated. A generation of young black South Africans, born after the Sharpeville massacre, raised entirely under apartheid, has erupted into the streets with a fury that bypasses the careful constitutionalist language of the older resistance generation. They are not asking for seats at a table. They are burning the table. And their spiritual figurehead, their martyr, is not Nelson Mandela, not yet, but Steve Biko, founder of the Black Consciousness Movement, a man who has never been to Robben Island, and who insists with a philosophical precision that Mandela finds himself grudgingly admiring even from a distance, that black South Africans must liberate their minds before they can liberate their country. The apartheid government, sensing opportunity in division, begins to circulate a theory that the ANC, represented now primarily by aging men on a cold island and exiles in Lusaka and London, has been surpassed by history. That Nelson Mandela is a relic, a symbol without a constituency, a name without a movement. Mandela hears this. Word travels even to Robben Island. Visitors, letters, the occasional newspaper allowed by the censors, a patchwork of intelligence through which a careful man can assemble a reasonably accurate picture of the outside world. And what the picture shows him in 1977 is that the question of his relevance is genuine, not merely a government fabrication. The young people marching in Soweto, in Alexandra, in Uitenhage, are marching under their own banners. They know his name, yes, but they do not necessarily know what he stands for, because for 13 years his words have been unspeakable in South Africa. He sits down at the small desk that has been provided, another concession won through years of petitioning, and opens his notebook. This is his weapon now. For the better part of 1977, through 1978, through the long, careful months of 1979, Mandela writes. He writes in the early morning hours, before the cell is unlocked. He writes in the afternoons, during the recreation period, when other prisoners play tennis on the cramped court in the yard. He writes about what he believes, about what the ANC stands for, about the distinction between the violence of the oppressor and the violence of those who resist oppression. He writes about non-racialism, the principle radical in the context of South African politics on both sides of the color line, that the liberation of black South Africans is not the defeat of white South Africans, but the liberation of all South Africans from a system that has deformed them equally, if not equally visibly. He is not writing for the warders. He is not writing for the censors, who will inevitably read every page before it is allowed to leave the island. He is writing for himself, to clarify, to order, to test the coherence of positions he has held for decades against the scrutiny of arguments he has absorbed in the prison library, in conversation with fellow prisoners, in the long private hours of a confinement that, whatever else it has stolen from him, has given him the one thing he never had on the outside: time to think. The prison library is a peculiar institution. Its holdings are erratic, the product of donations, government regulations, and the ongoing negotiations between the prisoners' committee and the prison authorities over what constitutes acceptable reading material. Politics is complicated. Marx is sometimes permitted, sometimes not. History is generally allowed, which means that Mandela reads deeply and widely in the history of colonialism, of resistance, of the long arc of human subjugation and human liberation that stretches from ancient Egypt to the independence movements of 20th century Africa. He reads Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Alan Paton. He reads legal texts, because the lawyer in him never entirely sleeps. He reads Churchill, whose politics he finds repugnant in many respects and whose prose he finds magnificent in all respects. And he absorbs from Churchill something important: that political leadership requires not only the right positions but the right language, and that the language must be capable of moving people who do not already agree with you. He underlines sentences. He makes notes in the margins. He argues with dead men across the pages of borrowed books. And he talks. Robben Island, in these years, is functioning as something that the apartheid government has tried very hard to prevent it from becoming: a university. The men imprisoned here include some of the most educated, most politically sophisticated people in South Africa. Walter Sisulu, who has been Mandela's closest political confidant since their young manhood together in Johannesburg, is here. Govan Mbeki, a trained economist and one of the ANC's deepest intellectual resources, is here. Ahmed Kathrada, whose understanding of the Indian intellectual tradition enriches every political conversation, is here. Raymond Malaba, Andrew Malangini, Elias Motsoaledi, Dennis Goldberg, held separately in Pretoria, but connected through networks of information that the authorities cannot entirely sever. These men talk. They debate. They argue with a seriousness and a depth that most political seminars in the world's finest universities would struggle to match, because these men are not arguing abstractly. They are arguing about a country they love, a struggle they have given their lives to, and a future they may not live to see. The arguments are real. The disagreements are genuine. And through the friction of genuine disagreement, ideas become harder, cleaner, more durable. Mandela presides over these conversations with a particular quality of attention that his colleagues have recognized in him since before the imprisonment. He listens, not performatively, not the listening of a politician calculating his response while appearing to absorb what is being said, but the actual, active, generous listening of a man who understands that he does not have a monopoly on correct thinking, and that the person speaking to him may know something he does not. He is, by the late 1970s, 59 years old. He has spent a third of his adult life in this place, and he is still learning. The warders notice this about him. They do not all like him. Some of them despise him with the reflexive contempt of men who have been trained to despise, and who have never been given a sufficient reason to revise their training. But even those who despise him cannot entirely dismiss him. There is something about the way he carries himself, the measured courtesy with which he addresses even hostile warders, the calm that he maintains in situations calibrated to provoke, the way he seems, even within the 8x7 walls of his cell, to occupy more space than the dimensions of the room can logically accommodate. He has thought carefully about this, about the strategic dimensions of personal comportment. He knows, because he has read enough about the psychology of captivity and about the dynamics of power, that a prisoner who loses his dignity loses his leverage. That a man who can be reduced to rage, to pleading, to despair, is a man who can be controlled. And he has decided, not once, but repeatedly, over and over again in the early mornings when the resolution needs renewing, that he will not be that man. This is not the same as being passive. In the late 1970s, Mandela and his colleagues wage a sustained, methodical campaign to improve the conditions of their imprisonment. They write letters. They file formal complaints. They request meetings with the commanding officer. They invoke international law, the standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners adopted by the United Nations, with a tenacity that drives the prison administration to distraction. They push collectively, on every point where the rules as written give them leverage, and they push on some points where the rules give them no leverage at all, simply because the act of pushing is itself an assertion of agency. They win small victories. The quality of the food improves. The study privileges are extended. The time permitted for recreational activity is lengthened. The censorship of incoming letters becomes slightly less arbitrary. None of these victories changes the fundamental fact of their imprisonment. But they matter, each one, because they are proof that resistance is possible even here, that the machinery of apartheid is not omnipotent, that the men on the island are not merely objects upon whom history is being done, but subjects who are acting upon history even from within their cells. And then, in August of 1977, comes news that reverberates even through the carefully managed information environment of Robben Island. Steve Biko is dead. The details are slow to arrive, fragmentary, filtered through the institutional apparatus that controls what the prisoners know and when they know it. But the essential facts eventually reach Robben Island. That Biko, 30 years old, brilliant, irreplaceable, has died in police custody in Pretoria after being transported nearly 1,000 kilometers in the back of a police Land Rover while suffering from a massive brain injury sustained during interrogation. That the security police, the same security police whose techniques Mandela knows from personal experience, have beaten him to death and then attempted to cover it up with the familiar language of institutional mendacity. That the Minister of Justice, Jimmy Kruger, will tell a National Party Congress that Biko's death leaves him cold. Mandela sits with this. He has known men who died for the struggle before. He has known men who were hanged, who were shot, who disappeared into the machinery of apartheid and were not seen again. He has lived with the reality of political violence since his 20s. But Biko is different. Not in the manner of his death, which follows a pattern Mandela recognizes entirely, but in the magnitude of the loss. The Black consciousness movement, for all its disagreements with the ANC's non-racialism, has done something essential. It has rebuilt the psychological foundations of Black resistance in South Africa, has told young Black South Africans that they need not accept the definitions imposed upon them by a system designed to diminish them, And Biko is the person who has done this more than anyone else. With Biko gone, those young people, the generation of 1976, the Soweto generation, are unmoored. And the ANC that Mandela represents even from his prison cell, must find a way to claim them. Not co-opt them, not absorb them. Claim them, in the deeper sense of demonstrating that the project of liberation is large enough, flexible enough, principled enough, to hold their fury and their grief and their political vision alongside the older traditions of the movement. He returns to his notebook. The autobiography that will eventually become part of Long Walk to Freedom is begun in this period, not as a literary project, but as a political one. Mandela has understood since the Rivonia trial, perhaps before, that his personal story is inseparable from the story of the struggle, and that the struggle needs its story told. The manuscript is passed between prisoners, read, commented upon, revised. Walter Sisulu reads it, and makes suggestions about emphasis and omission. Ahmed Kathrada reads it, and argues about particular characterizations. The communal nature of the project is deliberate. This is not a memoir of an individual, but of a movement, and the movement should have a hand in its composition. When the manuscript becomes too bulky to conceal effectively, it is buried in the garden of the prison yard, literally buried in the earth of the plot where the prisoners are permitted to grow vegetables. A decision that Mandela finds bleakly comic in its appropriateness. The garden has given him his greatest pleasure in prison. The physical labor of digging, planting, tending, and harvesting, connecting him to something elemental, something that the apartheid state has not yet found a way to regulate. And now it also serves as an archive. The warders eventually find it. The notebooks are confiscated, and as punishment, the study privileges that Mandela and Sisulu have spent years negotiating are temporarily revoked. Mandela absorbs this setback with the equanimity that has become, by now, less a natural disposition than a practiced discipline. He does not rage. He does not despair. He begins again. By 1980, the world outside is changing in ways that have begun to generate actual pressure on the South African government. The international anti-apartheid movement, which has existed in various forms since the 1950s, has entered a new phase of organization and effectiveness. In Britain, the anti-apartheid movement campaigns relentlessly for sanctions and for the release of political prisoners. In the United States, the Free South Africa movement is beginning to build the coalitions that will eventually produce the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. On university campuses across Europe and North America, students are demanding that their institutions divest from companies doing business with South Africa. And at the center of all of it, the poster, the slogan, the name that appears on placards from London to Lagos, is Nelson Mandela. He learns about this from visitors. From Winnie, who comes when she is permitted, which is not often, and who brings with her the atmosphere of the outside world in a way that no letter can quite replicate. The quality of her voice, the way she holds herself, the specific grief and specific determination in her eyes. They have been separated for more years now than they were ever together in the ordinary sense of marriage. And the relationship between them is held together by something stronger than proximity. A shared commitment so deep that it functions almost like a third person in the room when they sit across from each other at the visiting table, with a glass partition between them and a warder within earshot of every word. Winnie is not merely waiting for him. She never has been. Outside, she is fighting against the banning orders that the government repeatedly imposes on her, against the house arrests and the internal exile that culminates in her banishment to the township of Brandfort in the Free State, against the systematic attempt by the security apparatus to neutralize her by rendering her invisible and isolated. She is a force of nature in her own right, and Mandela knows this. He is proud of her with a pride that coexists, not easily, with a husband's worry about a woman operating under conditions of sustained government persecution. He cannot protect her. This is among the hardest facts of his imprisonment. He can offer counsel in letters that the censors read before delivery. He can offer love across the glass partition and the warder's watchful presence. But he cannot stand between her and the state, threatened by her visibility and her defiance, will continue to move against her. He returns his attention to what he can control. In 1982, something changes, something large, though its magnitude is not immediately clear. He is transferred, not back to the mainland, not to freedom, but from Robben Island, where he has spent 18 years, to Pollsmoor Prison on the mainland in the southern suburbs of Cape Town. He is moved along with Sisulu, Kathrada, Malaba, and Malangini, the senior leadership of the island's prisoner community, to a facility that is physically more comfortable but operationally more isolating. Pollsmoor has better beds, better food, better medical facilities. It also has something else: proximity to the government and to the conversations that the government, whether it yet fully knows it or not, is going to need to have. Mandela understands this. He does not know all of what the government is thinking. No one prisoner, however astute, can fully read the calculations of a security state, but he reads the signs. The transfer is deliberate. Deliberate transfers in the South African prison system are never merely administrative. They are messages. And the message of this particular transfer, delivered in the quiet bureaucratic language of a prison order, is this: the government is beginning very slowly, very reluctantly, to consider the possibility that Nelson Mandela is not a problem to be contained, but a variable to be managed. This is a concession, even if it is not named as one. And Mandela, who has spent 2 decades learning how to find leverage in small concessions, begins to think about what to do with it. At Pollsmoor, the physical routines change. The communal life of Robben Island, the conversations in the courtyard, the collective intellectual project of the prisoner community, gives way to something more constrained. The group of 5 lives together in a large cell on the top floor, with access to a rooftop terrace where Mandela immediately establishes a garden, because the garden has become not merely a pleasure but a practice, a way of thinking about patience and cultivation, and the long time frame of natural growth that maps, if you allow it to, onto the long time frame of political change. He plants tomatoes. He plants onions and chilies and aubergines and whatever seeds he can obtain. He tends them with meticulous care. He reads. He exercises. He thinks. And in the mid-1980s, as the country outside erupts again, township uprisings more sustained and more organized than anything since Soweto, the government declaring states of emergency, the security forces deploying with a ferocity that is visible to the world through the foreign journalists who are still, for the moment, present in South Africa, Mandela comes to a conclusion that will define the rest of his imprisonment and the shape of the country's future. The conclusion is this: negotiation must begin. Not because the struggle has failed. Not because violence as a tactic has been definitively repudiated. He is too careful a thinker and too honest a man to claim a moral position he does not fully hold. But because he has looked at the arithmetic of the situation with the clear eyes of a lawyer and a strategist, and the arithmetic says that a military victory by either side is not achievable in any time frame that does not require unacceptable human cost. The apartheid state has the guns, the army, the resources, the international support of those Western governments more frightened of Soviet influence in southern Africa than of apartheid's daily barbarities. The liberation movements have the demographics, the moral argument, the growing international isolation of the regime, and the inexhaustible capacity of a people to resist their own oppression. But neither side has what it would need to win outright. This means, if you are willing to follow the logic wherever it leads, that the endgame is a negotiated settlement. Not a surrender, not a compromise of principle, but a managed transition, the kind of thing that has happened elsewhere in Africa with varying degrees of success, and that might, if handled with sufficient care and sufficient courage, happen here without the bloodbath that most observers consider inevitable. The question is who initiates it, and from what position and with what guarantees. Mandela decides that he must be the one to initiate. He makes this decision alone. He discusses it with no one in his cell, not Sisulu, not Kathrada, because he knows that any collective decision-making process will involve the risk of leaks, and leaks at this stage would be catastrophic. He knows also that when it becomes known, as it must eventually become known, there will be criticism. Some of his colleagues, both inside and outside South Africa, will see any approach to the government as capitulation. The hardliners in the ANC, operating from exile in Lusaka, have a principled position: no talks until Mandela is released, until the ANC is unbanned, until certain basic conditions are met. This is not an unreasonable position. It has a logic and a dignity. But Mandela's calculation is different. He believes that the talks must happen before the conditions are met precisely because the talks are the mechanism by which the conditions will be met. You do not negotiate after victory. You negotiate to achieve what you cannot achieve by other means alone. In late 1984, he requests a meeting with Kobe Coetzee, the Minister of Justice. The request is routed through the prison administration. It sits for months in whatever bureaucratic channel handles such requests. And then, in November 1985, while Mandela is in Volks Hospital recovering from prostate surgery, the first time in 21 years that he has been outside a prison facility, Kobe Coetzee appears at the door of his hospital room. Mandela is wearing a hospital gown. He has no preparation, no team, no briefing papers. He is 67 years old, recently emerged from surgery, and alone. He offers his hand. Coetzee shakes it. They talk. About what, exactly, is not on record in the way that later conversations will be documented. But the tone, the simple, civilized, exploratory tone of two men feeling out the possibility of further conversation, is itself historic. A cabinet minister of the apartheid government is sitting in a hospital room in Cape Town, having a conversation with the man his government has kept on an island, and then in a suburban prison for more than 20 years, and neither man is pretending that the conversation is anything other than what it is. A beginning. Mandela returns to Pollsmoor. He says nothing to his colleagues. The talks, such as they are at this stage, more a series of tentative exchanges than anything that can be called a negotiation, continue through 1986, then into 1987. A small committee of government officials, organized quietly by the state president's office, meets with Mandela in the prison. The meetings are secret. The notes are carefully kept on the government side. Mandela keeps his own record, in the disciplined and precise way that the lawyer in him has never ceased to require. He remains adamant on 2 points that will never move, regardless of what else is conceded. The ANC will not renounce violence as a precondition for talks, because to do so would be to accept a condition that the government itself has never accepted for its own use of violence. And the ANC will not abandon its alliance with the South African Communist Party, because to do so would be to let the government dictate the internal composition of the liberation movement. The government pushes on both points. Mandela does not move. He does move carefully, thoughtfully on other things. He acknowledges the fear that many white South Africans feel, a genuine fear, he insists, not merely a pretext, and one that must be addressed rather than dismissed if any durable settlement is to be reached. He argues in the meetings and in the letters, and in the long monologues to himself in the pre-dawn quiet of Pollsmoor, that the ANC has always been a non-racial organization, and that a post-apartheid South Africa is not a South Africa from which white people are expelled, but one in which all people live as equals under a constitution that protects everyone. He is making the case for what has not yet happened. He is negotiating the future in the only room available to him. In 1988, the government moves him again, this time to Victor Verster Prison in Paarl, in the winelands east of Cape Town. The facility is markedly different from anything he has known in 24 years of imprisonment. He is given a private house within the prison grounds, a warder's cottage, white-walled, modest, with a small garden and a swimming pool that he does not use, but whose existence strikes him as the most extravagant detail of his entire incarceration. He has a cook. He has greater freedom of movement within the grounds. He can receive visitors with fewer restrictions. He is being prepared. Not released, not yet, but prepared. Presented with something approaching normal domestic life, partly so that the government can observe how he functions in conditions closer to freedom, partly so that they can gauge his fitness, physical, psychological, political, for whatever role he is about to be called upon to play, and partly, he suspects, because the optics of the situation are shifting and the government needs the optics to shift with them. The world is watching. The international sanctions campaign is having real effects. The South African rand is under pressure. Foreign debt is being called in. The divestment movement has made it materially costly for international companies to maintain their South African operations. And the violence in the townships, the sustained, grinding, lethal violence of the mid and late 1980s, in which the security forces and the township communities are locked in a cycle of atrocity and reprisal that is consuming thousands of lives, shows no sign of approaching a resolution through force. P.W. Botha, the state president, is running out of options. He knows it. His cabinet knows it. The securocrats who have run South African policy for 2 decades know it. And in the cottage at Victor Verster, in the evenings after the cook has gone home, and the garden is quiet, and the distant sounds of the winelands are the only thing breaking the stillness, Nelson Mandela knows it too. He gardens. He reads. He writes the letters that move through the channels of the negotiating process, formal, careful, precisely worded letters that are also, in their way, works of political art. He exercises. The pacing that began as a survival mechanism in the 8x7 cell on Robben Island has become, over 25 years, so deeply embedded in his daily rhythm that he cannot imagine a morning without it. He thinks about his children, who have grown up in his absence into adults he knows imperfectly, through the mediated channels of prison visits and censored letters and the reports of others. He thinks about Winnie, whose situation has become, in ways he cannot yet fully see from inside Victor Verster, more complicated than his love for her can easily accommodate. He thinks about the country. South Africa, in 1989, is a country that is tearing itself apart and cannot find a way to stop. The ANC's armed wing, Umkhonto we Sizwe, continues to operate across the border, sending cadres into the country, planting bombs, maintaining the pressure of armed resistance even as the political negotiations, still secret, still fragile, are beginning to suggest that a different path is available. The township uprisings are not abating. The government's states of emergency have not quelled them. The funerals of activists, which themselves become sites of political mobilization, are attended by thousands despite the banning orders that make such gatherings technically illegal, and the security forces who are dispatched to disrupt them are creating, with every arrest and every tear gas canister and every live round, the next generation of resistors. The apartheid system is not going to be killed from the outside. It is going to collapse from within, under the weight of its own contradictions, its economic unsustainability, its moral bankruptcy, and the simple, inexhaustible, infuriating refusal of the people it was designed to subjugate to accept that subjugation as permanent. Mandela has known this for years. He has known it with the certainty that comes not from optimism. Optimism is a mood, and moods are unreliable, but from a clear-eyed analysis of structural forces that have been building for decades. The question has never been whether the system would end. The question has always been what replaces it, and whether the replacement can be managed with sufficient care to avoid the catastrophe that virtually everyone, the apartheid government, the ANC, the international community, the ordinary South Africans of every color who simply want to live their lives without fear, privately dreads. He has staked his captivity on his ability to answer that question in the only way it can be answered, from the inside, in conversation with the people who hold the power, persuading them slowly and with the patience of a man who has had nothing but time, that their interests and his interests, though they appear diametrically opposed, are in fact aligned by the one thing they share, a country, and the hope, however differently they define it, that the country survives. In the cottage at Victor Verster, on a summer evening in 1989, the light falls long and golden across the garden. Mandela moves between the tomato plants, checking the stakes, feeling the soil with his fingers for moisture. He is 71 years old. He has been in prison for 25 years. His hair, what remains of it, is white. His hands, which have mixed cement and split rocks and turned the soil of 4 different prison gardens, are calloused in the particular way that only sustained physical labor produces. He straightens up and looks at the sky. It is the same sky that was above the courtyard at Robben Island. The same sky that appeared, in the pre-dawn dark, through the iron bars of the cell window in those first years when he was still learning what kind of man he would need to become in order to survive this. It has not changed. He has changed around it, been shaped by the years and the isolation and the thinking and the grief and the patience and the resistance, into something he could not have predicted in 1964 when the judge read the sentence and the courtroom held its breath. He does not know exactly what is coming. He knows it is coming. He goes inside. He makes tea. He sits at the desk, where the papers of the negotiation are carefully arranged, and he picks up his pen. There is still work to do. Chapter 9. Unbanned and Unbroken, 1990 to 1994. The morning of February 11, 1990, arrives in Cape Town the way many South African mornings do, with a light that seems to rise not just from the horizon, but from the earth itself, as though the soil remembers something the sky has not yet decided to confirm. The air carries the particular stillness of a day that knows it is different, a day that has been waiting for itself across 27 years. On the streets outside Victor Verster prison, the crowd has not slept. They have been gathering since before the darkness broke, pressing together in the way that only people who share a single tremendous hope can press together, not as a mob but as a body, as one organism breathing one held breath. Inside, Nelson Mandela stands before a mirror. He is 71 years old, though that number does not quite contain what the mirror shows. His hair has gone entirely white. His face carries the particular gravity of a man who has had 27 years to think, to read, to consider every contour of what he believes and why he believes it. His frame remains tall. His bearing remains exact. He adjusts his collar with care, the way a man does when he understands that what he wears on a given morning is not merely clothing, but a statement addressed to history. When he stands nearby, the marriage has been tested by distance, by prison, by the grinding machinery of a state that tried to erase them both. They stand together in this small room, as the world presses in from every direction, and Mandela breathes. He has rehearsed nothing. He will speak from what he knows, from what he has carried through the isolation and the cold and the labor in the limestone quarry that damaged his eyes so permanently that he will need reading glasses for the rest of his life. He carries inside him a speech that is not a performance, but a declaration of principle, the same principles he announced at the Rivonia trial 26 years earlier, the same ones he refused to abandon in exchange for conditional release when P.W. Botha offered him freedom contingent on renouncing the armed struggle. He refused then. He refused each time the offer was made. Because he understood what those in power had not yet understood, that a man who bargains away his convictions to recover his freedom is not free at all. The gates of Victor Verster open at approximately 4:16 in the afternoon. Later, accounts will differ on the exact minute, the way accounts of sacred moments always differ, because those who are present are not watching clocks. They are watching a man walk. Nelson Mandela emerges with Winnie at his side, his right fist raised, that gesture, that singular, compressed symbol of defiance and solidarity that his comrades inside the movement had carried in his name for decades, and which he now delivers with his own arm, his own hand, his own knuckles against the Cape Town sky. The crowd erupts. Not in chaos, but in something closer to release. The sound of people breathing out after a very long time of not being allowed to. He walks slowly. This is not performance, either. He is absorbing what his eyes are receiving after 27 years of confinement. The colors seemed different in freedom. The scale of the open sky is different. The sheer press of human bodies, the noise, the flags, the faces, all of it arrives at once, and he receives it with a composure that will later be described by those who watched as almost supernatural. But it is not supernatural. It is the product of 27 years of discipline. Of choosing, day after day in that cell on Robben Island and later in Pollsmoor Prison, and later still at Victor Verster, to remain the same man. To not let them remake him into bitterness or into silence. He is driven through the streets of Cape Town. The city is not the city he last moved through as a free man. It is larger, noisier, changed in ways both visible and invisible. He takes it in. He is going to City Hall, where he will speak to the thousands who have gathered on the Grand Parade, a crowd that has swollen beyond any careful counting, people who have climbed lampposts and rooftops and each other to see the man the South African government spent nearly 3 decades insisting was a terrorist. When he finally reaches the balcony and looks out at the sea of faces, the noise is immense. He waits for it to settle the way only a man of great patience can wait, not shifting, not nervous, simply present. And then he speaks. He calls Walter Sisulu, his great friend, his comrade, a man who has survived Robben Island alongside him, my dear friend. He uses language that is both intimate and enormous. He addresses the crowd, not as a politician addressing constituents, but as a human being addressing other human beings with an accounting of what has happened and what must happen next. He says that the factors which necessitated the armed struggle still exist. He makes no apologies. He extends no false olive branch that would cost him the truth. And yet he speaks of reconciliation, not as a concession but as a conviction, as something he has arrived at, not through naivete, but through the long and difficult understanding that a South Africa in which one group dominates another cannot hold. That the future, if there is to be one, must belong to everyone. He ends with the words from his Rivonia statement. The same words. An ideal for which I am prepared to die. The crowd receives them the way a parched landscape receives rain, not with analysis but with the whole body. The days that follow are a cascade. Mandela is 60 days out of prison, and already he is navigating a political landscape of extraordinary complexity, a landscape that his captors, ironically, have helped prepare him for. Because the final years of his imprisonment were not simply imprisonment. F.W. de Klerk's government, recognizing by the late 1980s that apartheid was unsustainable, economically, diplomatically, morally, had been engaged in secret negotiations with Mandela for years. Conversations that began in 1985, that grew through 1987 and 1988 and into the early 1990s, conversations that Mandela conducted largely alone, without the full knowledge of the ANC leadership outside prison. This was an act of extraordinary political audacity. He trusted himself to represent a movement he had not spoken to freely in decades, and the movement, when it learned of what he had been doing, largely trusted him back. Because they knew who he was. Because 27 years had not changed who he was. Now he must hold all of this together in public, under the eyes of the world. He travels almost immediately. He is in Lusaka within weeks, meeting with Oliver Tambo, the ANC president in exile, his closest lifelong friend, a man whose health has been broken by the years of leading the movement from outside the country's borders. Their reunion is tender and private and full of the kind of wordless understanding that passes between men who have shared an entire life's philosophy and fought for it separately for decades. Oliver Tambo is ill. Mandela does not allow himself the full weight of this grief, because there is no space yet for grief. There is only the work. The work is staggering. The African National Congress is being unbanned. Political prisoners are being released. Exiles are returning from Zambia and Tanzania and Angola and Sweden and London. People who have spent decades outside their own country, organizing and agitating on behalf of a freedom they were not allowed to enjoy at home. They return to a South Africa that is at once familiar and entirely strange, a country still formally governed by apartheid, where the Group Areas Act and the Population Registration Act still carry legal force, where violence between communities has not diminished but in many regions has intensified. The unbanning of the ANC has not ended the conflict. In some ways it has accelerated it, because it has made visible what was always true, that there are many parties to this struggle, many interests in contest, and that the road from apartheid to democracy will not be smooth. The violence in KwaZulu-Natal is particularly brutal. The Inkatha Freedom Party, led by Chief Mangasuthu Buthelezi, has a substantial following among Zulu-speaking communities, and the tension between Inkatha and the ANC is not merely political but tribal and personal, rooted in years of competition and genuine ideological difference about the path to liberation. There are massacres. There are retaliatory attacks. There are nights when entire communities are burned. Later, it will become known that elements of the South African security forces, the so-called Third Force, were actively stoking this violence, supplying weapons to Inkatha to weaken the ANC, and to demonstrate to the watching world that black South Africans were incapable of governing themselves. This is the old story of colonialism dressed in the clothes of the present. Manufacture chaos, then point to the chaos as evidence of incapacity. Mandela knows this. He says so, with precision and without hesitation. He names it. He does not allow the narrative of black-on-black violence to obscure who has designed the conditions for that violence. Throughout 1990 and into 1991, the negotiations between the ANC and the National Party government are formal and informal simultaneously, progressing and stalling with maddening rhythm. The Groot Schuur Minute is signed in May 1990, a document that establishes the framework for moving toward a negotiated settlement. The Pretoria Minute follows in August, in which the ANC suspends the armed struggle. This is a significant concession, and it is controversial within the movement. There are those who feel that the armed struggle should not be suspended until the government has demonstrated real, concrete movement toward democracy, until political prisoners are released, until the security laws are repealed, until the violence stops. Mandela holds the line. He is not naive about what he is giving. But he understands that negotiation requires gesture, that trust must be built incrementally, and that the alternative, continued armed conflict in a context where the Cold War is ending and the international community is demanding peaceful resolution, is a path that will cost more lives and yield no faster result. He is also managing his own organization. The ANC is not monolithic. It is a broad church, as Mandela himself has described it, containing communists and liberals and nationalists and activists of every stripe, young militants who were radicalized by the Soweto uprising of 1976 and who have no memory of Mandela as a living leader but only as a symbol, and older men and women who have carried the flame since the 1940s. Bringing all of these voices into alignment behind a negotiated process is itself an act of extraordinary political leadership. Mandela listens. He chairs meetings that go long into the night. He consults. He does not simply issue directives, because he understands that the legitimacy of the process depends on the movement's ownership of it. But he also leads. He is willing to take positions that are unpopular, to go back to his constituency and explain his reasoning, to sit with the discomfort of not being universally loved inside his own organization. The Umkhonto scandal breaks in July 1991, revealing that the South African government had been secretly funding Umkhonto, channeling money through the security services to prop up a political organization that could serve as a counterweight to the ANC. It is a scandal of the first order. It confirms what the ANC had been alleging. It damages de Klerk's credibility severely, and Mandela's response is instructive. He is furious. He says so publicly, with the controlled, precise fury of a man who has learned how to be angry without becoming destructive. He demands accountability. He threatens to walk away from the negotiations. And then, after the pressure has been applied, after de Klerk has made what concessions the moment demands, he returns to the table. Because Mandela has always understood that the purpose is not to win an argument. The purpose is to achieve democracy. And democracy requires getting to the table and staying there. His personal life during these years is deeply complicated. The marriage to Winnie is visibly under strain. Winnie Madikizela, Mandela is a figure of immense power in her own right, a woman who held the movement together from inside the country during the years of his imprisonment, who was herself banned and exiled to Brantford and surveilled and persecuted without cease. She is fierce and uncompromising, and beloved by many in the townships in ways that Mandela, having been absent for 27 years, has not yet earned from the ground up. But the Mandela United Football Club, the group of young men who served as her bodyguards in the late 1980s, has become associated with serious violence, including the abduction and murder of 14-year-old Stompie Sipe in 1988. Winnie's role in that episode is disputed and contested and deeply troubling. Mandela stands by her publicly, longer than many think he should. He is a man who does not abandon people easily. He is also a man who understands that the personal and the political cannot be fully separated when you are who he is, that every public statement about his wife is also a political act, that the enemies of the movement will use any crack in the leadership to pry it wider. But by April 1992, the separation becomes public. Mandela announces it himself at a press conference, reading a statement that is one of the most quietly devastating personal statements a public figure has ever been asked to deliver. He praises Winnie. He describes the pain of parting. He uses the word love in a sentence about separation, and the combination of those two things, love and separation held in the same breath, is almost unbearable to witness. He is a man who has already lost so much to this struggle. Now he is losing this too. And he does not hide it, but neither does he perform it. He reads his statement, folds the paper, and returns to the work. The work, in the spring and summer of 1992, includes a crisis that threatens to derail everything. The Convention for a Democratic South Africa, CODESA, a multi-party negotiating body that has been meeting since December 1991, collapses in May 1992 after a deadlock over the percentage required to pass decisions in a future constitutional assembly. The ANC wants a simple majority. The National Party wants a higher threshold that would effectively give white minorities a veto over constitutional provisions. The disagreement is fundamental. It speaks to the core question underlying everything: who will hold power in the new South Africa, and under what constraints. And then, on June 17, 1992, the Boipatong massacre occurs. Armed men move through the Boipatong township south of Johannesburg in the middle of the night, killing 45 people, men, women, children, with the particular savagery of those who believe they will not be held accountable. The evidence points to Umkhonto hostile dwellers, with the strong implication, later substantially confirmed, of security force involvement. The ANC suspends negotiations in the aftermath, and Mandela goes to Boipatong. He walks through the township among the grieving. He touches the walls, still stained with evidence of what happened. He sees the faces of people who have lost everything, and he does not look away. His statement following the massacre is among the most direct he has ever made. He accuses de Klerk's government of complicity. He says that de Klerk cannot be trusted while his security forces are sponsoring murder. He says this not with rhetorical flourish, but with the steady, irrefutable weight of a man who is reading the facts and reporting what he sees. The suspension of talks is not a tantrum. It is a position. And it forces de Klerk to respond, to make real concessions, to demonstrate that the government is capable of policing its own security apparatus, to understand that the ANC's return to the table cannot be taken for granted. The talks resume through the second half of 1992, now through a bilateral channel, the ANC and the National Party engaging more directly without the full circus of the multi-party forum. The record of understanding signed in September 1992 is a milestone. It commits the government to fencing off violent hostiles, to banning the carrying of dangerous weapons in public, and to releasing political prisoners. It is not everything, but it is enough to move forward. And it shifts the balance of the negotiation. The ANC and the National Party are now clearly the two principal parties, the two centers of gravity around which everything else must organize. The multi-party negotiating forum reconvenes in early 1993, now with a clearer sense of the terrain. More than 24 parties are represented, including parties of the far right, who have no desire to see majority rule, and are making their opposition felt in ways both political and threatening. The Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging, the AWB, is in this period openly conducting paramilitary demonstrations, burning flags, threatening violence. There are real fears of a white right-wing insurgency, of generals who might refuse to accept the outcome of a democratic election. Mandela addresses these fears with characteristic directness. He meets with generals. He meets with business leaders. He meets with people who would not ordinarily be caught in the same room with the man the government called a communist terrorist for 3 decades. He does not do this by abandoning who he is. He does it by being so plainly, so completely who he is, that the people across the table from him cannot sustain their caricature of him. General Constant Viljoen is one such figure. A former chief of the South African Defence Force, a man of enormous stature among Afrikaner nationalists, he is at this time organizing with the right wing to present the possibility of armed resistance to majority rule. Mandela meets with him. The meeting is extraordinary, not because of what is said, but because of what happens to the caricature in the room. Viljoen is expecting an ideologue, a radical, a man shaped by prison into rigidity. He finds instead someone who speaks fluent Afrikaans. Mandela learned it on Robben Island, deliberately, as an act of strategic empathy, to understand his jailers. Someone who listens to Viljoen's concerns about Afrikaner identity, about the fear of cultural extinction, about the future of a people who have been the dominant force in South African life for generations. Mandela does not pretend these fears are trivial. He takes them seriously, because he understands that fears taken seriously are fears that can be managed, while fears dismissed become violence. Viljoen eventually brings his movement into the electoral process. He registers a party. He competes at the ballot box instead of in the field. This is what Mandela does, again and again in these 4 years. He takes the thing that seems immovable, and he sits with it long enough that it begins to shift. He does not do it with charm alone, though he is undeniably charming. He does not do it with moral authority alone, though he carries that in extraordinary abundance. He does it with patience, with preparation, and with an absolute refusal to pretend that the human being across from him is not a human being. The assassination of Chris Hani on April 10, 1993, is the moment that could have ended everything. Hani is the leader of the South African Communist Party and the former head of Umkhonto Sizwe, the ANC's armed wing. He is beloved, perhaps the second most beloved figure in the liberation movement after Mandela himself, and among the youth of the townships, perhaps more beloved still, because he speaks their language and carries their anger without apology. He is shot dead in the driveway of his home in Boksburg on a Saturday morning. Shot by a Polish immigrant, Janusz Wallace, a man with connections to the Conservative Party, acting on behalf of the white right wing. A neighbor, Retha Harmsa, an Afrikaner woman, sees the assassin's car and memorizes the license plate and calls the police. Wallace is caught within hours. But the country is on the edge. The townships erupt. There is fury of a kind that threatens to become ungovernable, that threatens to drag South Africa back into the cycle of violence and repression from which 4 years of agonizing negotiation have been trying to extract it. It is Mandela who addresses the nation on television that evening. Not de Klerk. Mandela, the democratically illegitimate president of apartheid South Africa, steps aside and allows the man who has not yet been elected to anything to speak to the country in its moment of maximum danger. The speech is precise and sorrowful and firm. He tells the nation that a white woman, an Afrikaner woman, provided the license plate that led to the killer's arrest. He names her. He holds this act up not as an anecdote, but as an argument that the future of South Africa belongs to all who live in it, that the response to this murder cannot be more murder, that Chris Hani, who spent his life fighting for that future, would not want his death to become the occasion for its destruction. He speaks for about 4 minutes. The country pulls back from the edge. Not entirely, not immediately, not without further pain. But it pulls back. Because Mandela has given people something to hold onto in the moment when the ground was giving way. The assassination also accelerates the negotiations in a way that no amount of political pressure had managed. Within days, the parties agree to fix a date for the first democratic election. April 27, 1994. The date is set. And with the date set, everything becomes real in a way it had only been theoretical before. There will be an election. There will be a ballot. Every South African citizen, regardless of race, regardless of the color of their identity document, regardless of the classification imposed on them by a state that sorted human beings into categories and called it civilization, will be able to vote. The remaining months of 1993 are consumed by the technical work of constitutional drafting, of building the architecture of an interim government, of establishing the independent electoral commission that will administer the vote. It is work that requires lawyers and statisticians and logisticians and negotiators, and it also requires a particular kind of political will, the will to make decisions that disadvantage your own position in the short term in service of a longer-term legitimacy. Mandela demonstrates this repeatedly. The ANC enters the transitional arrangements from a position of clear moral and political strength. And yet Mandela consistently argues for structures that protect minority interests, that give the National Party a place in a government of national unity, that build in the kind of reassurances that will allow white South Africans and the international community and the business world to trust that the transition will hold. He is awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in December 1993, jointly with F.W. de Klerk. The award is received with some ambivalence within the ANC. De Klerk is a complicated figure, a man who helped dismantle apartheid, but who also administered it for years before circumstances demanded he change course. A man whose sincerity about the transition has always been mixed with a very clear calculation of what was survivable and what was not. Mandela accepts the prize with generosity toward his co-recipient in public and with a full private understanding of the complexity. He is not sentimental about de Klerk, but he understands that the Nobel is not merely about these two men. It is a message to South Africa and to the world about what is possible when enemies decide to talk instead of shoot. The months between January and April 1994 are the months of campaigning. And here Nelson Mandela, who has not campaigned for anything in an open election ever, who has spent his adult life either underground or in prison or navigating the closed rooms of negotiation, discovers that he is also, unexpectedly, a man who loves crowds. Not the controlled, symbolic crowd of his release, but the ongoing, messy, joyous crowd of democracy. He campaigns across the country. He goes to places where the ANC is weak and places where it is strong. He speaks in township halls and in fields, and through loudspeakers to people who cannot quite see him but can hear his voice. He is patient with the logistics of it, with the delays and the heat and the repetition. He is, as he has always been, fully present wherever he is. The campaign is not without drama. In March 1994, the right-wing Afrikaner Volksfront and the Inkatha Freedom Party are still threatening to boycott the election. There are bombings. There is a moment in early March when the homeland of Bophuthatswana collapses in chaos, and footage of AWB gunmen shooting at fleeing black civilians is broadcast around the world. And then footage of an AWB man wounded on the side of a road being shot by a black policeman. And the reality of what white supremacist violence actually looks like, not heroic, not inevitable, but brutal and pathetic and doomed, is suddenly very visible. Buthelezi and Inkatha are brought back into the electoral process at very nearly the last minute. Their party's name added to the ballot paper with stickers so close to Election Day that the stickers are still visible on the ballots when people vote. April 26, 1994, is the day before the election, and across South Africa, people who have lived entire lifetimes without the vote are organizing themselves, telling each other which polling station to go to, checking and rechecking that they have their documents. In the hostels and the townships and the suburbs and the farms and the rural villages, people are setting their alarms for early. Some are not sleeping at all. And then, April 27th. The queues begin before dawn. They stretch around blocks, down roads, along the edge of highways, through fields. Old people in wheelchairs are pushed by their grandchildren. The blind are guided by neighbors. Women who have walked hours to reach a polling station arrive and wait, and do not complain about the waiting because the waiting is part of it. Because the waiting is itself an act they have been denied, the act of standing in a line to be counted among those whose voice matters. The Electoral Commission, the observers from around the world, the journalists from every country, none of them have ever seen anything quite like this, because nothing quite like this has happened before. This is not merely an election. This is a people choosing, for the first time in their history, to be governed by their own choice. Nelson Mandela votes in Olange High School in Ananda, near Durban, the school founded by John Dube, the first president of the ANC, and where Dube is buried. The choice of location is deliberate. It is a thread connecting the past to the present, connecting the founding of the organization to its fulfillment, connecting the dead to the living, and to the not yet born, to the children who will grow up in the country this vote is making. Mandela stands in the queue. He waits his turn. He receives his ballot. He walks to the booth alone. He marks his paper. He folds it. He walks to the box and he slides it in. And the sound it makes, that small, ordinary sound of paper meeting metal, carries the weight of a century. He emerges from the booth, and speaks to the reporters gathered outside. And he says that he felt as though he was putting not just his vote in the ballot, but all the decades of suffering and struggle. He does not amplify this. He does not need to. The sentence is large enough on its own. The results come over several days, the counting proceeding with the enormous logistical difficulty of a country where the infrastructure of democracy had to be built almost from scratch. When they are final, the ANC has 62.1% of the vote. It is a majority, but not the 2/3 that would allow them to write a constitution without opposition input. Some have speculated that the ANC might have managed the count in certain provinces to ensure this outcome, that Mandela himself understood that a landslide too large would frighten too many people, that the genius of the transition was not just its democracy but its restraint. Whether this is true cannot be stated with certainty. What can be stated is that the result is one that invites inclusion, that requires partnership, that cannot be read as the extermination of any other interest. And this feels somehow like Mandela. May 10, 1994. The Union Buildings in Pretoria, the seat of South African government, built by Herbert Baker, consecrated for decades as the temple of white supremacy, now dressed in the colors of democracy, not erased but transformed the way Mandela has always believed transformation must work, not by destroying what came before, but by insisting that it accommodate what comes after. Heads of state from more than 140 countries are present. The first black vice president of the United States, Albert Gore, is in the crowd. Yasser Arafat is there. Fidel Castro is there. The man who spent 27 years in a South African prison is being inaugurated as South Africa's first democratically elected president in front of the world. He takes the oath. He speaks. He says that he stands before the assembled guests and before the millions watching on television in every country on earth, humbled by the honor bestowed on him, humbled not in the false sense that powerful men sometimes use the word, but in the genuine sense that a man who was nearly consumed by the thing he was fighting has survived to see the thing he was fighting for. He says that never again shall this beautiful land experience the oppression of one by another. He quotes a poem. He speaks of the glorious human achievement that is this day. And above the Union Buildings as he speaks, the jets of the South African Air Force, jets that once protected the apartheid state, fly overhead in formation, trailing the colors of the new South African flag. The generals who commanded those jets salute him. He salutes back. The crowd, the thousands in the amphitheater, the millions watching from living rooms and from township squares where televisions have been set up in the open air so that no one will be left out of the sight of this. The crowd receives this moment the way crowds receive moments they will carry for the rest of their lives. Not with analysis. Not with commentary. With the whole body. With tears for which no one feels the need to apologize. With joy of the rare kind that has been earned by suffering and therefore sits differently in the chest than simple happiness. Nelson Mandela is 75 years old. He has spent 27 of those years in a prison designed to break him, and 4 years of his freedom navigating a transition designed to fail him, and he is standing in the open air at the summit of a long and difficult climb, and the country beneath him, broken, complicated, beautiful, damaged, alive, is his to lead. He does not flinch from it. He has never flinched from anything. The design of a destiny is not a single act. It is the sum of every day when a man in a cell chose to study rather than despair. Every conversation in which he listened when he could have spoken. Every moment he extended the open hand to someone who had given him reason to make a fist. It is the quarry limestone that damaged his eyes and the law degree he completed in prison, and the Afrikaans he learned to speak in order to be understood by those who had confined him. It is every refusal to be broken, refusal to be made over, refusal to bargain his principles for his comfort, refusal to hate what hatred would have cost him. And it is this, the South African spring light on May 10, 1994, falling across a man who has been shaped by everything that tried to destroy him, standing with his face turned toward what comes next. Chapter 10. Presiding over a New Nation, 1994 to 2013. The morning of May 10, 1994, arrives over Pretoria like a slow exhalation, unhurried, golden, enormous. The air holds something it has never quite held before. Not simply warmth, not simply light, but the particular quality of a world on the threshold of becoming something it has never been. The jacaranda trees that line the avenues of the administrative capital are in bloom, their purple flowers drifting in lazy spirals to the ground, carpeting the streets in a color that is neither quite blue nor quite violet, but something in between, a color that belongs to no nation's flag, to no party's banner, but simply to this morning, to this place, to this moment that the entire world has turned to watch. People begin gathering hours before the ceremony is scheduled to begin. They come from the townships, from the suburbs, from the farms and the valleys, and the dry plateaus of a country that has spent the better part of a century constructing walls between its people. They come wearing their best clothes, their brightest colors, their faces carrying expressions that are difficult to describe with any single word. Joy, yes, but also something rawer than joy, something older and more complicated. A feeling that arrives only when something believed impossible reveals itself to be not only possible, but present, tangible, already underway. Nelson Mandela stands in the morning before a mirror. He is 75 years old. His hair is white, his movements deliberate, his frame still upright with a dignity that has survived everything history has thrown against it. He is thinking, perhaps, of his mother, of his father's royal kraal in the rolling hills of Kunu, of a boy who walked barefoot through the Transkei, who sat at the feet of tribal elders and listened to stories of resistance, of honor, of the obligation that a man who receives gifts from his people carries for the rest of his life. That boy is still inside him. He is never left. And this morning, that boy is about to watch the man he became take the highest oath in the land. The Union Buildings, that grand sandstone complex designed by Herbert Baker and completed in 1913, the same year the Native Land Act consigned black South Africans to a fraction of their own country, now serves as the stage for the most profound reversal in South African history. The amphitheater is full to overflow. Foreign dignitaries from across the planet occupy their seats in the brilliant sunshine. Representatives of more than 140 nations are present. This is the largest gathering of world leaders on African soil in history. They have come because they understand that what is happening here is not merely a change of government. It is the conclusion of one of the most important moral struggles of the 20th century. And then he appears. Nelson Mandela walks into the amphitheater, and the crowd rises as one, their voices climbing into the clear high-veiled sky. He raises his fist, that old gesture, the closed fist raised above the head, the salute that once marked a man for imprisonment, that once signaled defiance, danger, sedition. And now, in this moment, it means something entirely different. It means arrival. It means we are here. We have come through. He takes the oath of office with his hand resting upon the Constitution. His voice is steady. His eyes are clear. He swears to uphold and protect the Constitution, to devote himself to the well-being of the Republic and all its people. And in that word, all, a nation hears itself spoken of, perhaps for the first time in its modern history, without exclusion, without qualification, without the terrible grammar of apartness that has governed its public life for so long. His inaugural address carries the full weight of what he is and what this country has decided to become. He speaks of a rainbow nation, at peace with itself and with the world. He speaks of the obligation never to return to a past in which one South African experiences the injustice of being a second-class citizen in their own country. He speaks with the measured gravity of someone who has paid the full price of his convictions, 27 years of it, and who now stands not in triumph but in responsibility, understanding that the harder work is only just beginning. 3 deputy presidents stand beside him, Thabo Mbeki, representing the African National Congress, and F.W. de Klerk, the man who had, in the end, chosen to dismantle the architecture of apartheid rather than preside over its bloody final defense. That Mandela could stand beside de Klerk on this stage, that he could regard him, if not with warmth, then with the formal respect of democratic partnership, says everything that needs to be said about the character of the man being inaugurated. Another person might have made different choices. Nelson Mandela made these ones. The fighter jets scream overhead, trailing the new nation's colors. The military, once an instrument of oppression deployed against the people now watching from the amphitheater, executes its ceremonial pass in salute of the new president. The generals stand at attention. The world watches. And somewhere in the crowd, Winnie Mandela watches too, and alongside her, his daughter Zenani, and the children and grandchildren of a family that has given and given and given, and now stands in the full, staggering light of what that giving has made possible. In the months that follow the inauguration, Mandela moves into the presidency not as a man settling into comfort, but as a man taking on the labor of his life's final and perhaps most demanding act. The country he inherits is beautiful and broken, visionary and fragile. The economy runs largely in the hands of the white minority. The townships seethe with poverty. The educational infrastructure for black South Africans is decades behind what it needs to be. Crime is rising. Housing is inadequate. The new nation faces a catalog of deficits, material, institutional, psychological, that would overwhelm anyone who approached it with less than extraordinary reserves of patience and political skill. Mandela moves through his presidency with an instinct for symbolism that is never cheap or calculated, but always deeply felt. He understands in his bones that a nation is made as much of stories and gestures as of policies and budgets, that the way a leader inhabits the office of leadership teaches people how to understand themselves. And so he makes choices that seem, to outsiders, deceptively simple, but that carry enormous freight within the specific context of South Africa's wounded history. He keeps the Springbok name for the national rugby team, over the vigorous objections of some in his own party, who regard the Springbok as a symbol of white Afrikaner nationalism. Rugby is the sport of the Afrikaner. The Springboks have long excluded black players. For many in the townships, the green jersey is not a symbol of national pride, but of exclusion, of the long years in which the sport was used, however unintentionally, to reinforce the boundaries of white South African identity. Mandela understands all of this. He keeps the name anyway. He understands that reconciliation means something only when it costs something, when it requires the larger group to extend generosity toward those they have reason to resent. And then comes 1995, and the Rugby World Cup, and one of the most extraordinary moments in modern political history. South Africa hosts the tournament. The Springboks, against nearly every expectation, advance through the rounds. And on the morning of the final, South Africa against New Zealand, Mandela arrives at Ellis Park Stadium in Johannesburg wearing a green Springbok jersey, number 6, the number worn by the team captain Francois Pienaar. The stadium, overwhelmingly white in its composition, sees its new black president wearing their team's jersey, their colors, and something inside the country shifts quietly, irrevocably in the space of that single image. The Springboks win. Pienaar lifts the trophy. Mandela hands it to him. And in that exchange, the president's hands and the captain's hands both touching the gold of the Webb Ellis Cup, the country catches a glimpse of what it might be capable of becoming. The moment is spontaneous and entirely orchestrated at once, the way the best political symbolism always is, not constructed but cultivated, arising from a leader who has thought deeply about what his people need to see. He visits Betsy Verwoerd, the elderly widow of Hendrik Verwoerd, the architect of apartheid, who lives in the isolated Afrikaner enclave of Orania. He sits in her home and takes tea. He treats her with courtesy and warmth. She is 94 years old and has lived her life in the fortress of a worldview that caused immeasurable suffering. Mandela drinks tea with her and asks after her health. The meaning of the visit is not lost on anyone. A man who had every reason to pursue the satisfactions of recrimination instead pursues the harder work of understanding, not endorsing, not forgetting, but understanding, making human, refusing to abandon even the most inconvenient of human connections. He establishes the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 1995, chaired by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, that extraordinary man of God, whose moral authority has been a beacon throughout the long years of the struggle. The commission represents a third path between the extremes of Nuremberg-style prosecution on one side and the silence of amnesia on the other. It offers perpetrators of human rights violations the possibility of amnesty in exchange for full public disclosure of their crimes. It offers victims and their families the right to give testimony, to have their suffering acknowledged, to speak the names of the dead into the public record. It is an imperfect process. No process that attempts to address the accumulated wounds of decades could be anything else, but it is a genuine and brave attempt to build a nation on something more durable than vengeance or silence. Tutu presides over the hearings with a remarkable combination of rigor and compassion, and the testimony that emerges from both perpetrators and victims constitutes one of the most remarkable moral archives in modern political history. Through all of this, Mandela governs. He wakes early and works late. He meets endlessly with the full spectrum of South African society: businessmen, trade union leaders, foreign investors, community organizers, traditional chiefs, schoolchildren. He has a particular fondness for children, and it shows, the way his face transforms in their company, the ease that replaces the more formal gravity he carries in the rooms of power. He makes time for them in a way that is neither performative nor indulgent, but genuinely felt, as if in their company he is reminded of something essential about why all of this matters. His personal life during the presidency is not without turbulence. His marriage to Winnie Madikizela Mandela ends in divorce in 1996. The separation is painful and public. Winnie is a formidable and controversial figure, a woman who sustained the struggle through her own years of suffering, who has her own complex history, her own wounds and contradictions. Their marriage had survived the impossible distance of 27 years of imprisonment, only to fracture in freedom. Mandela speaks of the divorce with characteristic restraint, without bitterness, without public recrimination, only with the quiet acknowledgement of sadness. He does not allow the personal pain to bend his public work. He continues, with the discipline of someone who has long understood that the self is finally less important than the cause, to preside over a country in the remarkable, difficult, unglamorous daily labor of transformation. The economy occupies much of his attention and energy. The apartheid state has left behind a structural legacy of inequalities so deep and so entrenched that it will not be dismantled by goodwill and inspiration alone. Mandela's government adopts the growth, employment and redistribution strategy, GEAR, which attempts to attract foreign investment through fiscal discipline while simultaneously addressing the enormous social deficits of education, housing, and healthcare. The policy is controversial on the left, criticized by the trade unions and the Communist Party, who had expected a more redistributive approach. Mandela listens to the criticism, engages with it seriously, but holds the course. He understands that South Africa needs the confidence of international capital if it is to generate the growth required to fund social transformation. The balancing act is imperfect, as all real governance is, but it reflects the seriousness with which he approaches the economics of responsibility. Housing becomes one of the most visible expressions of the new government's commitments. The Reconstruction and Development Program targets the provision of millions of new homes, access to clean water, to electricity, to basic sanitation, the infrastructure of dignified human life that the apartheid state systematically denied to its black citizens. Progress is uneven, slower than anyone would like, complicated by bureaucratic inertia and the simple magnitude of need. But it is progress, measurable and real, and it accumulates over the years into something that reshapes the physical landscape of the country in ways that are directly experienced by millions of families. Mandela makes education a priority with a particular urgency, understanding that the young people who will inherit this country need something more than hope. They need qualification, they need capability, they need the tools to compete in a world that will not wait for them to catch up. School enrollment numbers rise. Universities begin the slow and complicated process of transformation. The groundwork is laid for a generation of South Africans who will grow up with access to possibilities that were systematically denied their parents and grandparents. He travels. He becomes, in the eyes of the world, something more than a head of state. He becomes a moral figure of almost unprecedented standing, a living embodiment of the possibility that grace and political intelligence can coexist, that a person can pass through suffering and emerge not diminished but deepened. He meets with presidents and prime ministers, with the Pope and with business leaders, with community organizers, and with children who press small flowers into his enormous, gentle hands. He speaks at the United Nations. He speaks at Davos. He speaks wherever he is invited, with the authority of someone who has put his life behind his words and found that his words were worth that price. He is also, in these years, a man who thinks about time. He has lived a life organized by urgency, urgency of the struggle, urgency of survival, urgency of the transition. And now he thinks about what comes after, what he will leave, how a man who has been given everything that he has been given by his people should use the remaining years of his life. He is not a man inclined to vanity or to the accumulation of honors, though the honors come in extraordinary abundance. He will ultimately receive hundreds of awards, honorary degrees, the recognition of governments and institutions across the planet. But what genuinely animates him in these years is the question of how to use what remains of his time and energy in service of what he cares about most deeply. In 1998, at the age of 80, he marries Graca Machel, the widow of the Mozambican president Samora Machel, a formidable woman in her own right, an educator, a humanitarian, an advocate for children's rights, whose work has been honored across the continent and the world. Their relationship carries the quality of two people who have each traveled an enormous distance to arrive at a tenderness they might not have expected. Mandela is visibly transformed by her presence, warmer, more settled, carrying the ease of someone who has found, late and unexpectedly, a partnership equal to the fullness of who he is. His presidential term ends in 1999. He has always been clear that he would serve a single term. He is emphatic about this, and the emphasis is itself a political act of the highest order, because South Africa, like so many nations emerging from authoritarian history, faces the danger of mistaking a great leader for a permanent one, of confusing the man with the institution, of allowing the moral authority of a founding figure to become an argument for his indefinite retention of power. Mandela will not allow that confusion to take root in his own case. He steps down. He hands power to Thabo Mbeki, who has been his deputy and who carries his own formidable intelligence and his own complex history. The transfer of power is peaceful, constitutional, unremarkable in its procedural smoothness, and that very unremarkableness is the miracle. In a continent where the peaceful transfer of power from a founding leader to a chosen successor has so often proved impossible, Mandela makes it look easy. He does not linger. He does not second-guess. He goes. After the presidency, he does not retreat into private life so much as redirect into a different kind of public life, one organized around the causes closest to his heart, and no longer constrained by the obligations of governance. He turns his attention to HIV/AIDS with a particular urgency. in part because his own response to the epidemic during his presidency, cautious, insufficiently direct, had not served the country as well as it needed to be served. The epidemic is devastating South Africa with a ferocity that staggers comprehension. In the years following his presidency, Mandela speaks about HIV/AIDS with a clarity and a courage that his time in office had not always permitted. He speaks about his son Magatho, who dies of AIDS-related illness in January 2005. He makes the cause personal and public simultaneously, understanding that the stigma surrounding the disease kills as surely as the virus itself, and that a voice of his moral authority speaking plainly can save lives in ways that no policy document can. He establishes the Nelson Mandela Foundation in 2000, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Mandela Rhodes Foundation. These organizations carry his deepest commitments: education, children's welfare, the obligation of those who have been given much to give generously in return. He continues to travel, to advocate, to receive visitors at his home in Johannesburg's Houghton neighborhood, where he lives with Graca, and a steady stream of grandchildren and great-grandchildren who fill the rooms with the laughter he has always loved. He turns 90 in 2008, and the world celebrates with the generosity of those who understand they are looking at something that may not come again in their lifetimes. A concert at Hyde Park in London draws hundreds of thousands. Tributes arrive from every corner of the planet. He receives them with the equanimity of someone who has long since stopped being surprised by the distance that a life lived in alignment with genuine conviction can travel. But time is doing what time does. The man who survived Robben Island, who survived Victor Verster, who survived the transition, who has survived more than any single body should reasonably be asked to survive, is growing frail. His public appearances become less frequent. His health requires more careful management. He is present, but increasingly carefully so, the way a flame is present in a sheltered place, alive, warm, still radiating but no longer available for the open wind. He votes in the 2009 election, and the image of him in the voting booth, frail now, white-haired, leaning slightly but still upright, still carrying himself with that particular quality of dignity that no illness can fully subdue, moves something in anyone who sees it. He has cast his ballot in only 4 Democratic elections, the first of them at the age of 75. Each time, the act carries the full weight of what it cost to make it possible. In his later years, he withdraws progressively from the exhaustion of public engagements. He is content, those who know him say, in the company of family. He sits in the garden of the house in Johannesburg. He watches his grandchildren. He talks with Graca. He does what those who have spent their lives in great public struggle sometimes discover they were always quietly waiting to do: simply be present, without the demand of the next obligation, the next speech, the next crisis requiring his gravity and his judgment. There is a village called Kunu, in the Eastern Cape, where a boy once walked barefoot through the rolling green hills, listening to the stories that elders tell. Mandela returns there, to the house he built in the shape of the warder's cottage at Victor Verster prison, because that was the last house he had lived in freely, and its shape had pressed itself into his memory as the shape of home. In Kunu, he is simply a man of the valley, a man of the hills, a Tembu man among his people, carrying the long story of his life back to the earth that made him. He sits on the porch, and the light falls golden across the hills of the Transkei. The grass is exactly the color he remembers. The sound of cattle moving in the distance is exactly the sound he carried with him through 27 years in a cell. He is, in these moments, complete, not in the sense of finished, but in the sense of whole, of having come fully around, of a life that has returned to its source, carrying everything it gathered along the immense arc of its journey. The years between 1994 and 2013 encompass the full span of what his life made possible and what it could not complete. The Rainbow Nation is real, and it is incomplete. The Constitution is genuinely one of the most progressive in the world, and the distance between its values and the daily lived reality of millions of South Africans remains painfully large. The inequality that apartheid constructed in stone and law has not been dissolved by freedom alone. It persists, adapts, burrows into the structural fabric of economics and geography and education in ways that will take generations to fully address. These are not failures of Mandela's vision, but of the world's patience and the difficulty of transformation that is, in its truest form, not an event but a process, slow, unglamorous, requiring the sustained commitment of people long after the inspiring figure has stepped aside. What he leaves is this: a country that survived its transition without collapsing into the bloodbath that so many feared was inevitable. A constitutional democracy with institutions, courts, a free press, civil society, capable of holding power accountable. A demonstration, before the watching world, that the most intractable of conflicts carries within it the possibility of a different ending, if the people moving through it are willing to choose generosity over vengeance, reconciliation over recrimination, the difficult future over the satisfying grievance of the past. And he leaves something harder to measure, but no less real: the example of himself. The image of a man who was given extraordinary capacities, intelligence, charisma, moral seriousness, physical courage, political skill, and who chose to place those capacities entirely in the service of something larger than himself, and who maintained that choice through 27 years of imprisonment, through the trials of governance, through personal loss, through illness and age, without ever becoming small, without ever becoming merely political, without ever losing the fundamental quality of grace that made people around the world feel, in his presence, that human beings are capable of something genuinely admirable. In June 2013, Nelson Mandela is hospitalized in Pretoria with a recurrent lung infection. The lungs that were damaged during his years on Robben Island, where prisoners broke rocks in the silica dust of a quarry, have never fully recovered. He is 94 years old. His body has carried everything it has been asked to carry, for longer than most bodies are asked to carry anything. The world watches the news from Pretoria and feels the specific kind of anticipation that accompanies the approach of an ending that is also a completion. He lies in the hospital in the city where, 19 years before, he stood in the morning light before the Union buildings and took the oath of a free people's leader. Outside the hospital, people gather. They sing. They bring flowers. They hold signs that say things without quite saying the thing they are trying to say, which is, "Thank you." Which is, "We know what you gave." Which is, "The world you dreamed into being is imperfect and real, and we are living in it." He is there, in that hospital, in the middle of a country he helped make, surrounded by the love of his family, held in the quiet attention of a world that knows it has been given a gift it will spend the rest of its history trying to be worthy of. You have just completed the listening experience of Nelson Mandela, Design of Destiny. The design of a destiny is not a single act. It is the collective sum of every day when a captive in a cell chose study over despair. It is every conversation in which a leader listened when he could have spoken. It is every moment an open hand was extended to an adversary when circumstances gave every reason to make a fist. It is the quarry limestone that damaged his eyes, the law degree completed behind bars, and the language learned deliberately to understand those who enforced confinement. It is every refusal, the refusal to be broken, the refusal to be made over, the refusal to bargain away principles for comfort, and the absolute refusal to succumb to the hatred that would have cost him his soul. What remains is a constitutional democracy with institutions built to hold power accountable, and a demonstration before the watching world that the most intractable of human conflicts carries within it the possibility of a different ending. This is the enduring example of a life placed entirely in the service of something larger than oneself. Maintaining that choice through 27 years of imprisonment, the trials of governance, profound personal loss, and the slow creep of age without ever becoming small. Thank you for listening to this production. If this detailed account has provided you with valuable insights into the nature of leadership, endurance, and strategic empathy, please consider taking a brief moment to leave a review, rating, or comment on the platform where you purchased or streamed this audio. Your feedback is vital and helps other history and biography enthusiasts discover this work. This audio presentation is copyright 2026. All rights reserved. No part of this production may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without prior written permission. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your support of independent audio publishing.